Good evening, guys. Good to see you. Welchors 8K, good to see you. And Troy Saturn, good to see you, brother. UK Survival Elusive, good to see you. And CR, good to see you too. And Guardian Prepping, good to see you. I do like this. And there we go. ACR, good to see you. How are you guys doing? I hope you're doing good. And I hope your week has been good for you. Mine has been quite stressful as usual. I hope your week has been good for you. Hey there, Love Survival. Good to see you.
Good evening, Shadow. Good to see you too.
Yeah. Do you heard anything from PB?
PB's been rather busy.
Yeah, I figured.
Yeah, he's been a bit busy. A lot of things happening this time of year involving soldiers. You know, the poppy collection stuff. He does the poppy collection every year. They do a fantastic job of raising money for veterans in the British Legion.
Yeah, so, I understand that.
Takes up a lot of time around about this time of the year.
Yeah.
How have you been, Shadow?
Hey, Fire Dr. Ninja Turtle. Good to see you again. And we have Vanessa Katie. Good to see you.
Yep. Hi, everybody in the chat.
Well, for me, the last 1 year and 9 months, it has been quite stressful. And I'm still stressed up, but
you've actually lost some weight as well, I think.
I don't know if I have lost some weight, but
I don't know. Okay, just asking, you know.
Hey, Mark. Good to see
Mark.
you.
Hey, Chef.
Hey, Myra. Good to see you.
Morning or afternoon or wherever you are.
Good evening.
Yeah. It's good to see everyone. So, we have a great topic for today, actually. Prepping for mass infrastructure decay, the Rust Belt scenario. And I have some notes for that. So, I'm going to read the notes for you guys. Prepping usually focuses on sudden events. This is about preparing for a slow motion, decades-long collapse of modern infrastructure due to sustained economic depression, corruption, and neglect.
Can you guys
roads, bridges, water mains, power substations, gas pipelines, etc. The utility disconnect, prepping for intermittent, unreliable services that are restored and then fail again, requiring complex redundancies, having a backup or to your backup generator. The maintains skill set, focusing on prep, on repair and maintenance of decades-old equipment, sourcing rare tools, parts and manuals for legacy systems, specific pumps, older engine system and engines, older engine types. Water main failure prepping, preparing for a total loss of municipal water pressure, not due to a single break, but due to multiple cascading failures across a city's ancient pipe network, requires large-scale storage and filtration. Hey, CR, good to see you. So that is basically what this topic is about for today. So, hey, yesterday, Ortega, good to see you. Go ahead, Mark.
Post-apocalyptic survival tactics and procedures. Like 10 years passed, all crap fell apart. and you're still around and trying to fix everything or keep thinking, or keep trying to keep stuff going for yourself and maybe for others. That's a hell of a task right there.
Oh, yeah, it is. Hey, Alan, good to see you.
Yeah, that's why I always encourage people to try and start from now. Because the added stuff if there's a situation where there's no comms anymore, it's going to be very difficult.
Hey, Guardian.
Hi, Guardian.
Continue, brother. What's up, guys?
Hey, GP. What were you saying, Daryl?
Yeah, sorry. Let's on the subject of stuff being, just decaying. I've noticed a lot of that happening. Where stuff used to be prim and proper, everything was looked after. Now you're just seeing things laid around, weeds growing where they used to be cleaned. It just seems to be like like a mass decay is going on already. I mean, I can sort of see it happening before it's happening. So I was saying that it's good to talk about things now, and like Shadow was saying, what happens if you water? You haven't got no water. You haven't got no power, and what is what plans have people got from now? I mean, people think the government's going to help, but they're not. So what have we got in place? That's a good question.
Your 1,000 liters of water isn't going to last you 10 years.
Exactly. Mm-hmm. And a lot of people made a lot of mistakes when it comes to prepping. They think, I'll get 50 pound of rice. Yeah, I'll get 50 pound of beans. And, you'll get sick of that if you're eating the same stuff over and over. There are, recorded incidences where there's kind of people suffer from something because they're eating the same stuff over and over. I mean, some dogs have to go through life like that, sadly.
It's called food fatigue.
Food fatigue, that's the one. I'm trying to remember
food fatigue.
Food fatigue, that's the one.
Oh, what's up, CR? CR shows up and I mention the word food. And within the first 5 minutes.
Yeah. Mark, don't even start.
I'm eating my leftover turkey vegetable soup right now. So,
How's life for you, CR?
Is a thing, though. It is a thing. You can't, try just eating the same thing for a whole week. Just try it and see if you even can handle that. Let alone, a month. Week, for a year.
Food. Your most favorite thing that you could imagine, sweet and sour chicken, I don't know. Every day for a month.
Bacon for a month? I don't know.
I could do bacon for a month every meal.
Okay. Start the challenge, Mark. Do it. December. Start in December.
Bacon December. Okay, maybe.
You think big. Yeah. So a lot of people make a lot of mistakes. They think, right, I'm going to just get some bags of rice, and they forget that over time, even the plastic decays. So you can get tiny little holes in the bag, and you think, I've got 50 pound of bagged rice in the cupboard upstairs or wherever in the garage, and then you open it all up years later thinking, I'm a hero to my family, and all you've got is insects.
Or bug larva. I opened a 5 pound, which I guess is a 10 kilo bag of Domino sugar I found in the back of my prep area. I'm like, I wonder when this is from. I didn't even read the date. I opened it up. Yep, little black specks everywhere because the bugs got in and made their nest. And they, laid an egg. Nothing else hatched. I think they all died, but still.
There are ways that people can, I don't know, maybe you might know more. There are ways that you could potentially put bags of rice in the freezer. I've heard stuff like that. You can just maybe freeze.
Yeah, so you even know that you buy 50 pounds of sugar or 20 kilos, whatever, and in bulk. Yeah, you put it in smaller bags, seal them up real well, throw it in the freezer for a day or two. That'll kill whatever larva, if there's any bugs in there, which there always is to some extent. It's gross, but it is. And same with flour specifically. Freeze your flour. Now I do it differently. I throw in my chamber sealer, which is like a seal meal on steroids, and I throw an oxygen absorber in there. And it just absolutely removes all oxygen. So even if there is a larva, egg, something in there that you don't see, it's not going to grow because there's nothing for it to grow on.
Yeah. And as long as people make sure that they, like you say, switch the bags out, put them into different bags, put them in a big Mylar bag, get the old air out, get the old oxygen absorber in there, suck all the air out before you seal the Mylar bag, whack it into one of those food-containing buckets. That should really seal it off. And food can last for a long time, but it's got to, if we're talking about prepping for mass infrastructure, so we're talking food. We need food, water. The most important stuff is for us, water and food. I mean, we can get by sleeping rough. We can get by not wearing a Gucci shirt for a while. If you like a Gucci shirt, so I'm not into that. But just saying, so getting the food stuff right is really important because, you don't want to open up your like we've been saying, you don't want to open up your stuff and find bugs and insects in there.
Here's the other thing: after 10 years, how much are you going to have left? How much did you stockpile? 2 train loads of beans and rice? No, now you need to learn how to fend for yourself, grow your own. I'm looking at the background picture of that bridge. Ain't nobody walking on there. Well, guess what? If that was grapes or some other type of vegetable that grew in vines at a distance, nobody would know. And you could have squash growing, all kinds of stuff growing there. And nobody's going to walk across. And if somebody does, going to be like, what the heck is that? They don't know what. Most people these days don't know what to do with a fresh acorn squash, spaghetti squash. They've seen it, but they don't know how to cook it. Hell, they don't even know how to peel it.
Yeah.
So, but you got to fend for yourself.
Definitely having variations of food is a good idea. Not just rice and beans, have other stuff. You can get dried eggs, you can get dried milk, you can get protein powders, you can get sort of stuff other than rice and beans, pasta. But remembering as well things like nutrition values as well.
Some variation.
Yeah. Exactly. So let's look back at technically what this topic means before we get too far down a rabbit hole here within the first 10 minutes. So mass infrastructure decay. How long will it take mass infrastructure to decay? We're not talking weeks, months, years. We're talking 5 years plus as things start to fall apart. So aside from having food to get you through in the beginning, what are you going to need in 10 years to keep you going? I mean, okay, I still got a couple bags of rice and beans left in an emergency after 10 years because I got sick of eating them. But now I need to find my fresh water. How am I going to do that? Now I need to figure out how to grow stuff. What about tools? I don't have a shovel. I mean, it depends on your environment, where you live. If you're in a city, you might be out of luck finding a place to grow stuff unless you find a small grown over area that you can, plant some stuff back there and nobody will see it if there's anybody around.
Everybody will see it in the city. You can't hide anything anywhere, unless you bury it one night really, really well somewhere. But if you put it somewhere where it's potentially visible to anybody, it'll be just gone.
Yeah, but how we're talking, you're going to need that. How much are you going to bury? I mean, if you look at what we're talking about here, this is infrastructure decay. We're not talking like a week's worth of rust on the bottom of your Ford or your Ford Pinto. We're talking 20 years of bridges falling down, buildings collapsing, crumbling. Everything is now unsafe in a city environment just for the fact that nobody's taking care of it anymore.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the rat infestation's happening now already. Like I said, places that used to be weeded are not being weeded. Everything's kind of, it's already started from now. I can see it already. It's just a big. Everybody's just for themselves out there in the world today. Everybody's for themselves, and what's happening is everybody's just getting what they can for their own little clan, be it their own little wife and little children scenario, or little tribe, wherever. But everyone's got their own reasons. But it's bridges decaying and stuff like that. Well, yeah. I mean, try to change your location. I mean, if you're in a city, you don't want to be in a city if everything's really run down because, rummaging, scavenging, what's that guy? MacGyver. But But if you're in the countryside, maybe you've got more potential. If you're near the coast, you can sort of do coastal foraging potentially, and in the forest.
So I agree with you, Derela, and it's definitely a good point. I will say that it depends on the type of scenario that's caused the infrastructure decay. Different scenarios would mean that different recourse for different actions would apply. When you look at the way that certain, like within residential homes, you'll be surprised how many people actually have small little fruit trees, or at least they're trying to grow something. And if a large amount of people had to move out of a specific area, like a town or a city, and things do start to decay within within the local environments, you will find that sometimes some of those plants that were in the people's backyards can actually end up overgrowing quite nicely. So you could actually start foraging by checking backyards, depending on how long it's been since, whatever the case may have occurred, because obviously different type of scenarios would mean different things. If it's some sort of a mass scale, epidemic or something like that as well that's occurred, then a lot of the time, if there have been a large majority of the population that aren't with us anymore, then foraging becomes a lot easier in that as well in urban settings. And the thing is that realistically, when it does come down to there being any sort of civil unrest or something like that, or there's just been a lack of electricity, so people have had to kind of take a couple of steps back regarding like their technology and the way that they live, then you actually have to really think about what you said there as well, Chef Tech, when it comes to being able to plant a couple of crops that are fast growers. You're not going to be able to really, hope that you can plant like a tree that's going to take a decade to really, mature correctly and really start pumping out a lot of fruit. Some trees do take just several years or whatever, but obviously gardening is good. And then in this case as well, foraging is always going to be your number one. If you know how to forage correctly and scavenge, that's definitely going to be the best way forward through an infrastructure decay. But you also need to be hyper vigilant that you're not going through old buildings that are already, breaking down as is. You go into them and you go and scavenge, and you have like infrastructure falling down in on you. So yeah, it's a quite a deep.
What's that garden where you go out and you plant stuff somewhere, and then you think, right, later on I'm going to come and get? Is that guerrilla gardening?
Yeah, guerrilla gardening. That's where you hide your stuff in plain sight or behind things that people look at and go, I don't know what that is.
Yeah.
They don't think it's food. So learn how to do that. You can try it, but you understand how it works. You look for an area of growth where everything always seems to be green, which means there's some kind of a natural water supply under it.
Yeah.
And depending on what you're growing, you don't want it to be too wet, too dry. So you find your immediate zones in between that and a dead area. That's something, depending on what kind of water content it needs. Like potatoes, you don't want to plant in a wet area, but you don't want to plant them in an arid area. You got to find in between.
Yeah.
And nobody knows what they are. You grow a potato, you look out in the field and you just see these green things with flowers everywhere, maybe. You're like, it's just a bunch of weeds. And walk away.
Imagine like 10 years later. I mean, if in 10 years, would there be like a massive potato field?
Yeah, there can be, depending on the weather.
Yeah, it can be. So if we're thinking, like Guardian was saying, perhaps 10 years, like, maybe you could go and plant apple trees somewhere or some other stuff. But, blackberry bushes, they're very easy to change. You could just take one of the tips of a blackberry bush, put it into a pot, leave it for a while, and it'll start creating roots in the pot, and then you snip it off, and you could transport that blackberry tree to somewhere very easily.
You just got to know where to plant it. You don't plant it deep in the woods. You don't plant it in the middle of a field. It needs to be on the edge of a field, depending on north, south, east, west, where there's a reasonable amount of moisture in the ground. And then you're going to fight with the birds over it, because the birds are going to see that, and wildlife, they're going to see those things and be all over it. You don't get much of a yield off of one blackberry plant. You get a cup of blackberries off a small one, and it only happens once a year. So that's not going to sustain you.
Yeah. Yeah, you would need a lot.
Yeah. And even then, okay, I got 1,000 cups of blackberries. I got that over 3 weeks. If you don't have anywhere to preserve them and you're just looking to grow food, well, guess what? You're eating blackberries for 3 weeks straight. You gotta have toilet paper.
Yeah, because once you start,
go on, CR, sorry.
I was gonna say once you like pick the fruit, pick the apple, right? The decay or the it'll eventually start to rot, right? If you don't consume it, right? So you have to preserve it in some way, whatever it is: salt, sugar, vinegar, drying, smoking, freeze drying, all the canning, all that stuff, right? Because then you make it last longer. Because if you think about the food fatigue too, right? That 1,000 pounds of berries, you're not gonna consume that fast. There's no way you're not.
Diversity of diet.
Yeah, there's no way you're gonna consume that fast. Like if you look at any of the gardeners out there that garden, their harvest sometimes it comes in so fast that they're like, they're preserving, they're sticking in the fridge, waiting for next week because it's like such a big batch of like things that they have to preserve. Like even for you, Mark, like your freeze dry, you can only put so much in there at a time, right?
Yeah, you need electricity if you don't have that, so you're done there.
Yeah, like unless you got like some big solar dehydrator that's like 1 square mile to do
I did
such a huge amount. I mean, like
I did San Marzano tomatoes last year. Do you think I'm growing tomatoes anytime soon in the next year or two? Unlikely. Maybe 1 or 2 plants for salads, but I
for something fresh. Yeah,
I got over 900 pounds of tomatoes out of my 2 50-foot beds, and I froze it as they kept coming in. I kept putting them in bags and freezing them until I had enough to do a big pot of sauce or tomatoes and that, and then I just canned them. So I got enough tomatoes on the shelf downstairs to make pretty much anything I need that requires tomatoes for 2 years, maybe more.
Yeah, and you're only growing new ones just to have access to fresh stuff.
Yeah, just cherry tomatoes and that just for my
every so often for a salad or a snack, right?
Sure,
so.
And that's only seasonal too. You only get them for like 2 months or 3 months.
Yeah.
Another good thing about guerrilla gardening is you can have a good look at certain locations and see what is actually there as well. So you want to try and think sustainability too, because like you're saying, certain things you might not be able to get, and then keeping hold of them, keeping them fresh. So, for example, you might want to find out how to make acorn cakes. Certain things in your forest that you might look in when you're doing your guerrilla gardening sort of recce's. You might say, oh, there's an acorn tree there. Or what's that horse chestnut? What's the one you can eat and the one that you can't eat? The conkers.
Walnuts. You can eat walnuts, not black walnuts, but yeah. There's lots of nuts you can eat and lots you can't eat. You need to do the research on it. We're not here to tell you which ones to eat specifically, but I'm not really able to figure it out on my laptop here, but if one of the admins in there can pull up Food Forest Permaculture, Howie's page, he talks a lot about guerrilla gardening. I mean, he plants stuff all over the city.
He talks about permaculture too.
Sorry, what was his channel name? Sorry, Mark.
Food Forest Permaculture, all one word, or something like that. His name's Howie. He pops in sometimes.
Permaculture.
Yeah. No, he's been in here with us before.
Yeah,
not on panel, but he's been on the side channel with us. So.
Yeah, just wanted to make a note. That's all.
Yeah.
No, it's all good. It's all good because I watched the program about, having to process acorns. Have to get this starch out of it. There's you can put it in a river, let all the stuff sort of.
The tannins.
It's the tannins, not the starch. You don't
not starch. Sorry, I was trying to remember the name.
Of
tannins. Sorry.
Edibles. Yeah, acorns are not high on the human list of edibles because the amount of work involved to get a small amount of acorn flour or something out of it is not worth it.
Well, they make cakes. They here in the UK, they were making kind of these cakes out of them.
Sure, they're expensive probably because there's so much work involved processing to get the tannins out. Doing it in the wild without industry.
Well, no, it's a guy that on YouTube. I can't remember his channel name, and he actually just went through the process of taking. Sorry, I didn't mean to say. I forgot whether. Anyway, tannin. Yeah. He made these cakes, and I thought, wow, that's interesting. But coming back to the topic though, prepping for mass infrastructure decay. How is it going to affect you? How is it going to affect us? Okay, infrastructure. You say there's a bridge knocked down, right? So having to make
roads, bridges,
tube stations,
the grid. the grid,
Yeah.
the water.
Can't do that no more.
You
know
take
what?
away
Can't,
electricity, you lose pretty much everything that society depends.
Yeah, because it's a domino effect, right? Because a lot of things are tied into the grid. Water treatment is tied into the grid, right?
Yeah.
So like all that
water,
stuff. So it's
fuel.
not just the power.
Supermarkets ain't going to get no food because there's not going to be no fuel to transport it. You know, the shipping containers ain't going to be going, you know, to and fro. So how's it going to affect you? So daily life, all right, we need water, we need food. You know, how are you going to track? Well, you might not have to go to work anymore because.
Yeah, maybe, but you'll have to be doing our work.
Hey, CR, what do you think the timeline would be if there was a worldwide power failure, never to come back? What do you think the timeline is for pretty much mayhem? 3 days, 4 days?
Days. If it's that grand of a skill, it will be days. Because like it'll be massive. It won't be regional, right?
Probably within a week.
Yeah, because there's nothing
left. Yeah.
Yeah, because everyone's affected, right? So like you'll start to see it right away. Because there's no external help coming, right? Because everyone's affected. Everyone's in the same boat.
Right. So we're talking about things like bridges, road, transport. But what about things like governance? You know, law and order. You know, there's going to be no traffic wardens. It's going to be lawlessness.
Yeah, I could think of a few governments around the world that we could do without.
No, he did. Yes, he did.
But by then,
I don't
think the government will be active. In the beginning, they will be active for a while, but sooner or later, they cannot be active anymore.
No, they'll have no support from their police force, army, whatever, because they're not getting paid. Except
the
maybe
communications are down, so they can't. They can't send messages to the police, the fire department, or hospitals, or rescues, or even
National Guard or anything like that.
No,
not even the military.
Yeah,
At some point, they will go back home to their own families.
Well, of course. It might be a good idea to think about comms. All right, we've spoken about water, food, and maybe comms between your family. There's a fantastic little system out there called Mesh Tech. We spoke about it a few times. Even just regular sort of ham radios. If you're not or CBs, infrastructure. If you're saying that there's going to be no phones, no internet, the old system works.
Radio.
Oh, CB radios are great fun.
Yeah, maybe.
We've covered communications so many times on this feed. It's not worth rehashing it again. We all know there's so many different ways to do it, short of smoke signals and carrier pigeon. But everything depends on infrastructure. So CB radio, okay, that might work till you run out of battery. To charge.
Yeah, you need your own mini infrastructure if you're going to do that too, right?
Yeah.
The power to run that, right? Because if the grid's down or whatever, how are you powering that stuff?
Yeah.
And not only that, the people that you're communicating to, right? Do they have something to use to power it too, right? Because without that, then that's down too, right? That's not an option anymore. So you don't got solar or anything like that. You won't be able to do that.
A good point here, actually. Law enforcement will do the same as in New Orleans in 2004 and abandon their positions.
Yeah. It's designed. They're designed to decay. Decay is part of life. If you look at ports, if you look at certain ports, over time, those ports move on the map. Why? Because coastal decay. You've got mountainous decay. It's happening all around all the time. They're saying certain places in America in 20 years they're not going to be there, because they're sinking. Some are below the water level, and the government knows this stuff. The people on the ground don't know. Governments know. Yeah, there's a potential for a big, massive disaster there. We're always the last to know. Why? Well, because the mayor he wants people to go swimming, regardless of there being a great white shark in the sea. You know, they want to make their money. So they want to make us carry on, you know, being distracted. And when, all right, obviously they might think, oh, these preppers, they're always in this sort of the land of SHTF scenarios. But it's true. They're happening all the time. Okay, we don't want to be like that, but we can't help it. We can see things going on, and we like to talk about it.
Yeah. Can I add in something? Because we're talking about decay. Because there was this situation here in Canada, right? And I explained this before, where this pipeline in a major city, major pipeline, not for oil but for water, right? It decayed, right? And it caused major like water restrictions and all that stuff. That's just a taste. That's just a taste of something like that. If you think about it, right? Yeah, because a lot of people had to adapt. A lot of people had to like think outside the box on it, and that's just one part. The grid was still on, right? But the water, right? But look, and it helped.
In the States all the time, you get a deep freeze in areas that don't normally get it, and water main breaks. Now people have
especially the main one. Like if it's that main one coming out, that's the they said that you can put a truck in it. You can roll a truck in it. That's how wide it is, right? It's like that wide, right? So that's a lot of effort to replace and put back, and you know all that.
We had down in DC back in 2017 or 18. We had a massive freeze, and there was a
welcome Alan.
60-inch water main froze down in Bethesda, Maryland, and when that broke, it literally washed cars away. I mean, people were on the road, and this thing just erupted out of the ground and washed cars.
Oh, I imagine. I mean, like
it wiped out their area down there. They couldn't get it fixed. It took them 3 days to get it fixed because they had to shut it down on two ends, which eliminated a lot of minor lines. And then they had to reroute everything to make sure it didn't leak. And then they repaired it. It took them months to repair it. They had to dig up like a half a mile of road.
Yeah, I think the story.
Something like that. The story I was. And we all know this, or most of us know this, if you live in a cold zone, if you don't shut your outside faucet off and it gets really cold out and water is not running, it will freeze. If you have water constantly trickling, I've always heard people say, oh, if I'm leaving a house and it's going to be cold out, power might go out, I just leave the sink dribbling a little bit. Yeah, you might get a higher water bill, but your pipes won't freeze because the water coming out of the ground is like 40 degrees or whatever that is, CR in Celsius, 6. But the water coming out of the ground is not frozen. So it keeps your pipes from freezing by keeping water moving. But you shut the water off. I've had pipes freeze in my house. Didn't know why. I had one of my water pipes runs a little too close to the foundation, and I had put a ceiling tile up, which blocked it from any warmth coming from the house, and my water stopped running. Didn't break, thank God. And but I realized what it was, pulled the tile down, threw a fan on, blowing just room temperature air up there, and my water came back. A little slush came through the line.
Hey, Diggs, good to see you.
But it doesn't take much to permanently ruin it. If there's nobody around to fix your water main, that main water main goes and starts draining out wherever aquifer you got. Nobody's getting water because there's nobody around to fix.
Yeah, I mean, metal decays, right? Metal can rust, steel can rust, right? And all that stuff, if it's not maintained, the infrastructure, like even look at like something like the Eiffel Tower, right? They gotta repaint it like every 10 years or whatever, just to maintain it, right? Or else it would decay because it's a piece of iron.
Shadow just put it up there. Grumpy even said, he's like, yeah, if it gets that bad, nobody's around to maintain the retaining walls on the water's edge. So when a river floods, it's going to find a new path and it's going to wipe out other areas. Now your hopes for having a little hydroelectric whatever generator are gone because the water's going somewhere else now because nobody was around to maintain it.
Mm-hmm.
Or water supply or whatever. Fish.
Yeah, I think it goes on to what
Grumpy Adventures has a point here. At this late stage, that structures start decaying, rivers and streams will reroute to their original paths, and that might flood areas. And that is something I can agree with.
Yeah, it's a good point.
Will take over.
Yeah, it really does. And nature ends up having like the last laugh as well, right? CR was also saying like, how many things would cause a domino effect. And then the question as well that like a person, has to think about is how long would it actually take for humanity to really get back to like a global SHTF kind of EMP type scenario or something that actually impacted the internet or something like that. What's up, Alan? Good to see you, bro.
Done.
How long would it actually take, and how much backup do we have to kind of like put things back online to the state that we've got them now, like across global communications, those type of things, right? I think that would take a lot longer than people realize.
Well, yeah, because how long did it take to get to this stage now? And if we think all of a sudden when everything hits the fan, we're going to get back to a certain state. But if it took us thousands of years to get to this point, how are we all of a sudden going to start again and then try and get back to the same point where we were?
Aren't we repeating what's happened before, though? Because I truly believe that if you look back historically, there's definitely been evidence that we have had technology before across the world, and there has actually been advanced civilizations. And it's basically that we've shot back a few times. So maybe it's just the natural course of nature to kind of, get us every now and again.
It weren't instantaneous, though, was it? It was a process.
Could have been. I agree with GP on that one. They call them great resets.
Well, so. I was just trying not to depart too far from the subject.
Well, we bounced back from that in whatever period. Nobody knows a period of time, so figure out the history on that, and you got the world by
add something, Alan.
Oh, how you doing, guys? I was racing to get here from work. Here, I was running a bit late, but I was listening in the car. So great topic.
Mm-hmm. Welcome.
I don't know if you have covered it yet or not, but if we're talking about sort of infrastructure in about 10 years' time, I mean, one thing I would be particularly concerned about, just based on the area that I live, is the type of buildings. What rate of decay are those buildings in? Because if you live near a power plant or a petrochemical plant, which I do, the decay of those buildings has greater consequences than just the structural wall falling down, especially if it's a nuclear power plant. I mean, without power and people maintaining the temperature and stuff, those will have melted down after a fairly short period of time anyway. But I think the decay will continue to increase anyway, and the area itself will become even more radioactive because other measures and things that were put in place while the building was functioning will have decayed even further by that point. So I'd be looking to get myself as far away from those kind of hotspot buildings as much as possible. Not to mention the fact that as buildings decay, I mean, all of the things in them, like asbestos and other things like that, will be crumbling away as well. We're not talking about a medieval castle that's just going back to bricks. We're talking about sort of modern infrastructure. So if you look at a place like Chernobyl, for example, which really was a city that was literally abandoned, and you can kind of see the results of that. It's interesting to study what happened there, because a lot of those buildings remain very much intact because they were built very cheaply out of just solid concrete, the old Soviet way of doing things. But if you pay closer attention, you can see areas that became heavily contaminated, not by the power plant, but simply by the buildings themselves, because they used asbestos roofs and things like that. So I'd be worrying about that as well. And there's a few. I don't know how much you guys sort of like touched on that topic already, so I might just be going over all the ground there. But I definitely wouldn't want to be within. I don't know how many miles of a nuclear power plant, to be honest. And that also, it doesn't just go for nuclear power plants. It also goes for like nuclear submarines, shipyards, other major industrial areas like that, weapons plants, anything like that that has something in it that over a period of time will rot away or decay to a point where that in itself can become a much greater hazard, a more unseen hazard. Plus, you've got all the smaller things like hospitals that have got machines and stuff that have radioactive elements and stuff and chemicals. All those things will be decaying and rotting away as well and going into the atmosphere and into the groundwater. So I'd be very skeptical about using things like wells or groundwater or anything like that, because can you imagine the amount of things leaching into that water over that period of time? It would be horrendous. We're talking about a contamination in a Western country anyway, that would be of a grand scale, far greater than most conflicts, and it would probably last hundreds of years. So to my mind, you would have to go right back to the basics of survival, which I think this is probably also where survivalists and preppers separate in their way of thinking. I would be looking to be going back to a very, very primitive state of, living probably by a coastline and living as much off the land that way, and go back to a pre-electricity point for a period of time, as opposed to try to live among the ruins, sort of like the Planet of the Apes style.
So more
even
than
your
the
coastlines
coastline.
can become. No, sorry, go ahead, GP.
No, I can hold my thought. Go for it, brother.
No, even the coastlines, it doesn't matter where you are. Water's going to get contaminated. I mean, think of all the hundreds of, I don't know, millions at least of cargo ships and things in the ocean right now. If they fail, have nowhere to go or sink or whatever, all that stuff is contaminating the ocean water, killing your fish and stuff like that. So literally, there's nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. You just got to figure out what's going to work for you. If you want to boil it really down to a basic minimum. I mean, you live near the coast, hopefully you'll be good for a while. If I live in a semi-rural area where there's a lot of other, chemical plants and stuff, I'm probably going to want to get the hell away, because that won't take very long for that stuff to leach into the groundwater and contaminate that, or get into the air and then into the rain. I mean, we can go down every negative rabbit hole we want right now, but I mean, everything's gonna fall apart if literally it's a mass infrastructure decay around the world. Then we're all in the same boat. Doesn't matter where you live.
Yeah, exactly. Like I said earlier.
You agree with that?
I think it's definitely true that things like the ocean and the coastline would be as contaminated as anywhere else. I mean, the reason I mention the coastline, and I often do when I talk about going back to sort of living off the land type stuff, is because the coast is the easiest place to survive for most people in most civilizations. And the coastline,
hey, Shadow, welcome.
It's a larger body. The ocean's a larger body of water, so there's a greater chance of dilution going on in the oceans before a stream or a river or a lake or something like that. Plus, you've got currents and things like that help move things around, Gulf streams and stuff, which will spread contaminants more evenly around the ocean. So you can also monitor the plant life there. So if you monitor seaweed and fish life, and particularly filter feeding organisms, like mussels and stuff, that you can gauge the health of the ocean based on the other life that's there. And that's a relatively okay indicator, I would say, for judging whether that's a good place or not to be living off the land there. I mean, you have to live off the land somewhere anyway. So yeah, those might be radioactive mussels, but what else are you going to do? I mean, if the ocean's radioactive, the whole world's radioactive. So you're just going to have to deal with it. But I think, it could be the case that we're in this sort of situation because a mass pandemic has took place and the population is now so small that huge swathes of cities are abandoned, and that's why we have this infrastructure decay. It might not be a worldwide nuclear war. It could simply be that COVID Part 2 was real, and most of the
not enough manpower, right? Not enough manpower to maintain the structure, maintain the system, right?
Exactly. I mean, there was a point in time where, not so long ago, the UK's population was barely 20,000 people. Now it's 70 million, But I can imagine a mass sort of plague or something taking place where it goes from 70 million down to, I don't know, 1 million, in which case you're going to have a lot of cities and things that are just completely unpopulated, but they still exist as an entity. So they still pose a threat and a problem, and you can't really avoid them because the entire place has been urbanized. So, I mean, this is an interesting topic, and you can go on any kind of angle about it.
Yeah.
So two points that I want to raise very quickly. The one point being that when you are living along coastal lines, it's actually quite like, if you can find a coastal line that's maybe an estuary or a river mouth, and you've got the capability to go upriver to where the water is more than likely a lot more pure when it comes directly from the mountains, that's one of the great things that you can do. You can go up and down river and check the coastline occasionally for certain resources that aren't available upriver. And then another thing is that a lot of the UK, and I was speaking about this to Andy about maybe about a month or two ago, a lot of the UK is actually so run and dependent on the canal systems functioning correctly that if there was nobody manning those, a lot of flooding would actually occur across the UK because some of it is below the waterline. So it's if there isn't anybody kind of managing those canals, you will get guaranteed flooding in. And also hello to yours and it's good to see you, by the way.
Sorry, Guardian. PB told me that canals can't flood.
No, if nobody's manning them, there are areas that are below the waterline. There are canals that would be fine, but there's definitely places that are only functioning because there's people maintaining them consistently. If those people were to be taken away, there would be flooding. It's not all canals that would be flooding, it's the low-lying areas.
I was going to say it's the same for all of New Orleans and Louisiana, and that's also the same for all of the Netherlands.
Yes.
Yeah, because they're below sea level.
Yeah, they're either at or below sea level.
Yeah, without maintenance of the levees and all this stuff. And
like
this is
the
like over time.
The Netherlands exists because of the pumping of the water, pumping of the swamps.
Yeah, it's built on sand. A lot of Holland was built on sand.
And Vanessa Katie has a good point here, actually. The places we store munitions are massive and spread throughout the country. Chemical and bacterial and nuclear exposures due to rotting infrastructure is a thing. And I agree definitely with that. Because nobody will maintain that.
I'm grateful that over here in South Africa, we've got such little of that. We really don't have, we've got, like us going back to Stone Age kind of thing would surprisingly not be as effective. We don't really have nuclear sites whatsoever, and we don't really have much arms or munitions or anything. So the southern tip of Africa is actually a really, really safe place to go over long term for mass infrastructure decay.
Do you have anything to add to this topic, Gil?
Well, first, I missed the very first of it because I had grandkids over. So hey, yeah.
Welcome.
So what was the premise of the cause? Is this just a government funding collapse, or what's causing the?
Just general anything that would cause infrastructure to just absolutely fall apart, whether it be locally, regionally, or internationally.
So just life.
Yeah, basically.
Things you have to, what most people don't realize, unless they work in the construction industry, specifically in, general engineering contractors stuff where they deal with roads, bridges, water treatment plants, all that, railroads and stuff like that. One of the things they don't realize is the amount of maintenance going on daily. It is friggin' insane. I put in there when I had a chance to type in about the San Francisco Oakland Bay Bridge has 3 crews working on it. That's 24/7. They got 3 crews working on that bridge around the clock, 365 days a year. The Golden Gate Bridge also. The San Francisco Bay Bridge has 2 painting crews that work during the day shift. When it's not raining, they're painting anytime it's not raining. The Golden Gate one has a crew that paints 6 months out of the year. That's just to keep it from rusting.
Yeah, like the Eiffel Tower, like I said earlier.
Yeah, and so you look at a lot of things. All your hydroelectric plants have maintenance going on them all the time. I
was going to say, you brought this up. I was thinking about was it the George Washington Bridge over there in New York, where they've got crews that they are constantly chipping and painting, repainting the suspension bridge. I'm talking about the George Washington, I think.
Yeah, and then about your hydroelectric plants, where we get our power from, for a good portion of the western United States. They have multiple turbines in there, and I would say turbines are being replaced every 10 years, and they got 7 turbines in there. So just about every 18 months or so, one of those turbines is offline, being pulled out, being rebuilt, being replaced. and updated, and it takes months to do that. Yeah, so yeah, it's stuff's going on constantly.
Yeah. Can I add in something too? Because it
Yeah,
reminds me of something.
sure.
Because
Go ahead.
if you think of the word decay, what's another word for decay? Wear and tear. Right? Things are moving and all that stuff, right? There's wear and tear on parts and stuff like that. So like that stuff will start to, if you don't maintain it, right? It's just like maintaining, let's say, your lawnmower, your snowblower, or whatever, right? If you don't maintain it, it will start to gump up, clog up, whatever, right?
Yeah.
Things aren't working and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So you have to maintain that, or else it doesn't work.
Along the same lines, all right, from every time I go back to California to bring more stuff up here, just to go back to visit the wife, or she comes up here, we're talking constantly about all the road construction going on here in Idaho, down into Nevada, across Nevada. There's always miles of freeway being shut down to resurface a lane. And they shut one lane down, they do it. Then they shut the other side down, and they do it. And then they move over to the other direction, shut one lane down, then set the other side for that light going down. And it's never ending. And so, can you imagine? We're looking at the picture here, just below us here. Look at that. Look at just between us now. Whatever. There it is, right there. Look at the road there.
Yeah.
And that's just water gets in there, roots get in there, it starts stretching, breaking up or spreading the gap in the asphalt.
Ice.
And and I'm even talking ice,
potholes.
I'm just talking down like in nice warm Texas and Louisiana.
Well, technically Texas saw some cold, so.
But but up here in like the
northern parts,
the northern states in Canada,
Norway.
If you think about what your scenario is there, Gil, that's true. However, the reason we're constantly repairing roads is because of the amount of heavy traffic on it. So if there's no heavy traffic, they'll last a little longer. Yes, you'll get cracks and things and frost.
A little longer.
Yeah, but you're not going to how is a pothole formed? You get a little hole in the road, water gets in it, cars and trucks hit it, which continue to blow out the edges and makes those potholes into craters.
Yeah.
So
I was going to say it starts with water intrusion going into the road base.
Right.
You get a little crack. You get a little crack in the water intrusion in the road base with the vehicles driving over that same patch where the surface of the asphalt or the concrete, because it's not really so much the surface of the concrete or the asphalt that's distributing the weight, it's the road base underneath that we don't see.
Right.
And like I said, you get a little crack, and like I said, water intrusion, that road base starts to wash out, and with the weight of the vehicle pressing down on it as it's driving past, it displaces more and more of the road base, which that's when you start to see bigger cracks, and eventually those cracks turn into potholes.
Yeah, exactly. But some of the areas like coming through Nevada where they replaced the old 80, and you see sections of it, where it's just one lane each way, going out there where they fenced it off and it's going across. Over the years, I've seen that break down, more weeds growing in it, and what happens is the water gets in there and it freezes, and it spreads it. More water, no trucks going over it.
Hydraulic pressure,
Yeah, and it keeps getting worse and worse and worse, and weeds get in there. During the summertime, they spread it. And then you add traffic to it. That traffic, exponentially, causes it to go. But even your back roads and your rarely used roads and stuff fall apart and break down. Now, if you have a collapse of any kind added on top of that, in like 2 years, most major roads, if people are even able still to travel, have fuel to travel, it doesn't have to be a total collapse. It could be just state funding. All of a sudden, we can't afford, or nation funding, or depending where you're at, we can't afford to repair the roads this year. Next year, we can only repair a small part of the roads. because it's
I
so
think they had
bad.
that issue in one of those cities up there in Michigan. I don't know if it was Detroit or Dearborn or which of those. One of those cities. They obviously corruption was a big portion of it, but like I said, they did not have the funding necessary to do the repairs on the roads, and it got so bad that the locals actually started filling the potholes in with
Yeah.
gravel, aggregate, whatever the hell they had on hand, topsoil, because they were getting tired of, having tires blow out. And then, of course, the mayor over there, they were using that as part of their campaign. See, I've got a great city. Everybody cares. It's like, yeah, but you're the start of the problem. But sorry, I'm going off on a bit of a tangent. I was going to say the other issue too is like it also depends on your soil types. I recently found out I think it's called sulfates. If you got sulfates in the soil and there's like water gets down in there, the sulfates over time will crystallize and will actually displace and push up sections of the road. And you can get like a washboard wavy effect. Even if the road's not cracked, it's just from the soil getting displaced from underneath.
Yeah. One of the other things that does that too, the water getting in there, limestone will dissolve, sandstone will dissolve. So down below you got your pavement, whether it's asphalt or concrete, then you have your aggregate road base, then you have your compacted soil, and then you have either loose, quote loose soil, stuff that was not disturbed. So they're not going to dig down 10 feet. They're going to go down. You have other stuff, and then once water gets to that, it starts going down. And then if it hits the sandstone and limestone and stuff, that you can suddenly have a void developing way down.
Erosion.
And basically, it gives a void creating way down.
Sounds like the formation of a sinkhole.
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, I've seen so many friggin' pictures on Facebook where, I really don't like it, but they have some good people post some good stuff there. Actual videos, security camera videos of a residential street. All of a sudden, it starts falling out, and within 10 minutes, you suddenly have a big hole. But it's been going on for decades, dissolving and building the hole down there.
Can I add in something just to mention in here? While this is going on, all right, wherever you are, right, we got to remember that Mother Nature will still bring in something, whatever it is, wherever you are. If you're in the northern parts of the country or whatever, snow's not happening eventually. If you're on the coast, hurricanes, flooding can roll in. It's right, you know what I mean? Like, so you're gonna consider those things too. It will also compound those decays because now things are getting washed, blown away, hit with snow, hit with hail, hit with all this stuff.
Nobody's weeding the gardens next to buildings. There was a show on one of the channels a bunch of years back, I think, like When Nature Takes Over type of thing.
Yeah, I think I want to say that was History Channel. Was it Life After Man or something like that?
Yeah, like that's something like that.
I saw that.
5 years later, this much goes away, and they start showing pictures. It's all AI computer generated, but after 50 years, you don't even see buildings and cities anymore, except for the occasional spire sticking out. Everything else is covered by vines and weeds, and it reclaims itself. Period.
Yeah. It will in time.
The ivy is probably the quickest thing that'll take over a city because it grows into anything concrete. You'll still get into the roots will get into the concrete on the sides of buildings. They'll just climb, and once ivy gets in there, starts breaking it up. All of a sudden, it's got more. It's fracturing, so it's got more crevices for moisture to get into, and the ivy traps the moisture during rainstorms and stuff. Yeah.
And Grumpy Adventures has a good point, actually. My worry is the breakdown of the sewage system causing backup. Yeah, that will cause spread of
typhus,
certain typhus and
dysentery.
bacteria. Yeah. So that will be a huge problem because nobody will maintain that system either. So
Yeah.
that would be a nasty.
Yeah. When it comes to sewage systems, I've built several treatment plants and a lot of stuff working in my time when I was working in underground construction. Most people think, oh, it flows from here down to the sewage treatment plant. Not necessarily. You'd be surprised how many pumping stations are built underground where it flows from point A to the pumping station, gets pumped up, and then flows down to the next pumping station, gets pumped up, flows down to the next pumping station before it even gets to the treatment plant. And every one of those will suddenly, once they stop pumping, the lowest house on the system starts getting flooded, or lowest business.
And if you're upwind from that or downwind from that, good luck.
Yeah, and so
that would stink.
Sorry. If they still have water pressure, or they're on a well and they're, feeding the sewage treatment system, it's going to start spreading, and then it's going to spill over into creeks and rivers and stuff like that. Now you have contaminated waterways, even more contaminated than normal.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah,
we don't even know what's in there. You really don't know what's in there. There could be anything in there now.
Oh yeah,
that's just biological, but
stupid and flush stuff.
Yeah, that's a whole thing as well within itself. I think that when it comes down to the topic, maybe it's just because of my infatuation with Mother Nature, right, and the fact that the natural world is as powerful as it is. But I definitely believe that you can't have this topic without bringing up the fact that nature, when it does really come back, is absolutely incredible. We won't have the camera footage to see what's happening on other sides of the world at that stage, but when nature really comes back, to see giant herds of certain animals crossing the land, to see nature coming back and really just beautifying everything. I obviously think everything looks better when it's green and covered in a lot of natural elements to it. So there will be a lot of beauty that actually takes place. And if there is a breakdown of electricity as well from cities, you'll be able to see the night sky like never before. A lot of the time we all live in light polluted cities, so we never really get to see what the stars actually look like out at night. And because of that, when there's a bit of breakdown, you can just look up and you'll see magic compared to what you're seeing now. And then I really do believe that if we're going to take this topic very seriously as preppers, there's a channel that's dedicated so much time to exactly the topic and what to do in this scenario. And that's that Primitive Technology channel in Australia. And I'll definitely let you know that he's gone through each of the different fuel ages as well. And you can look at some of from, working with wood to clay to copper, all of that, and how to build basic structures that last for a really long time. The legit Primitive Technology channel out of Australia has really gone down to just working with clay from the river and basically rebuilding an entire empire out of the dirt. So it's definitely something that we should study while we have the access to do so. I know the videos for some people aren't as engaging and interesting because he's actually just building the things and showing you exactly how he's doing it. But if you turn on subtitles with those videos, he tells you exactly what he's doing and how to do it. And if you write down, I don't know, with memory, this works really well for me as well, but while you're watching those videos, you jot down certain notes and then you go and practice them so it becomes muscle memory. And there's a lot of very cool things that you can actually start to practice now. Should the world go through that type of thing, you can educate and train other people to kind of rebuild in the way that, would actually fit society.
Yeah. I think, all right, here's
knowledge is power.
Learning how to get ready as well for loss and having to come to terms with the loss of the ability to do certain things like electricity. I mean, okay, I wasn't saying we can't bounce back, humanity can't bounce back. I'm just saying that it's a long time to bounce back. But what I want to go on to say now is that it's learning to let go of what we know. The world that we know is not going to be. It may, yes, people have got, good thoughts. They're thinking, yeah, we can rebuild. Yeah, same. Obviously, if I was in a situation, I'm not going to sit in the forest and go, oh, we're doomed. What are we going to do now? I'd be one of the first to say, right, yes, let's get some shelters going. let's get some firewood ready. Someone else go and get some water. You know, evening's coming. We need to settle down. What have you? But I'm just saying that preparing for, you know, what if the system as we know is never going to come back?
Right.
And, you know, okay, and preparing for that loss of you can't go to the ATM, you can't go to the bank, you can't go to the supermarket, you can't get no fuel, you can't drive your car, you can't get no electricity, you can't drive your electric car, you can't do none of the things that you used to be able to do.
Tiawaki.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think the first month after everything falls down, I'm going to try to gather people around to go fix the roads and the infrastructure. Now we're talking like 5, 8, 10, 15 down roads. You know, we need to build 9 gravel so we can, and then we have to dig. You know, we have to get some oil out of the ground to mix it together to make a blacktop aggregate, and we need to make a machine to put it flat so we can all drive around. Yeah, that's last on my list.
Yeah. Okay. One of the things here. So, I mean, I've got the pictures up here right now. You look at the big one here. You know, you can see the curvature of the Earth.
Yeah.
Sure.
All these cities. Suddenly, the power goes out. There's the United States. All that light is now black.
Yeah.
Now, some of us here remember some of us were kids, and we still remember the Northeast power outage. They made a movie about it called "Where Were You When the Lights Went Out?" It was a comedy though, but yeah, it was all the stupid things going on when the power went out back there in New York and stuff. Can you imagine the lights going out and you're not just the lights, but all of a sudden your internet?
Yeah, hospital
no information, even if it's just going to be for 24 hours. The panic,
people will die.
It's going to be absolutely insane in 24 hours of no information and the power being out.
I mean, luckily, some hospitals have backup generators where people that are on life support machines have got a chance if they've got if they've got generators. Yeah, well, I would just say prepare for the worst. That's what I would say. And if it's not as bad, then okay, fair enough. But you know, it could be just a localized event. Okay, a local flood happens, and then life goes back. Okay, the power outage over here, then life goes back. There's going to be loads of small events happening all the time. They do happen all the time, but we're talking about something. It's not just like Alan said he thought we were just talking about 10 years ahead. It's not just 10 years, it's further. You know what? I mean, Einstein said the Fourth World War would be fought with sticks and stones. You know, because the damage done by the Third World War would be so bad that there'd be nothing left. You know, people would be fighting with sticks and stones. We'd be going back to the Stone Age. So that's the kind
maybe rocks.
Well, I mean, that's the kind of scenario that I'm. You know, I was born into a situation that was dire. So, and then thinking I'll grow up and everything will be better, but it's not. You know, but you come to terms with it. People have happiness. It's like a dream. I think just to be content every day and humble, that's true happiness. Just to be taking each day as it comes. This illusion that money's going to bring you happiness and all this nonsense is rubbish. Stuff's going to bring me happiness. That's rubbish. Knowledge is good. People suffer because of lack of knowledge today. That's why information, these people at the top, information for them is key. Us lot, we find out the last stuff in the last seconds, if we're lucky. So yeah, just, you know, for me, I see visions of places under the sea going above the sea and places above the sea going below the sea. How do you bounce back from that? You know.
Yeah. One of the things also to consider on this is for the power grid, you know, you have your you know, whether it's nuclear reactors or hydroelectric power plants or the big windmill ones like we have over here in the United States. All that power goes to a transfer station.
Mm-hmm.
And transfer stations are big, massive transformers. Where are the transformers made now? The majority of them.
France and Germany.
and China. A lot of them now are being made in China.
China.
Taiwan too.
China and Germany are the two biggest manufacturers of them. What is the backlog on? If you were to order one today, when would you get it?
2 years.
2 to 5 years, depending on the model they are producing at the time.
Yeah, and that is a long waiting time.
And with that,
You're gonna be in line for a while.
yeah, and that's since they have power to do it. If they lose their power too, the domino effect right down the line, boom, 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 boom. But even if they aren't able to do it, and produce it, what's going to happen to the infrastructure around the area that needs that transformer?
Yeah. Can I add in something real quick here? Because this reminds me of something right here. See, decay can be another word for destruction. Because if you think about it, it takes less effort or less time for something to decay down, so to speak, versus trying to recreate it again, right? Like the Transformers, right? Look how long, that's like 5 years, right? To just create one or whatever, right?
Yeah.
So if you think about it like that, like this decay is constantly going on, right? So we constantly have to create something or maintain it. And we're always trying to keep up with it, right? We're playing catch up to it all the time, like all the time. Like even in medieval times, castles during war, sieges, they had to repair all that stuff, right? They had to fix the wall, they had to patch it up and all that stuff to keep it going, to maintain it.
Yeah, masonry. Yeah.
Can I ask a question? Can I ask a question to everybody?
Sure.
Are we part of the infrastructure?
Well, we are.
People, we're talking about roads, bridges, law and order, generate this, that, the other. But human beings, we are part of the infrastructure. So everybody said we are.
Yes, I would say that's a safe assumption because it's built upon the labor of us.
Right.
Like we're the ones that build it, we're the ones that maintain it.
Is there a spiritual decay? Is there like people's, for the like we're saying, if you don't maintain certain things,
I would say that would be a separate topic, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
No,
but yeah, you're right.
We're talking specifically about logistics and.
But hold on, if people make up the infrastructure, you can't say it's a different topic because if people morally, are causing that decay on purpose, we're talking about maintaining stuff. So why aren't things being maintained and why? But who's benefiting from it? Is there people? Okay, people might say this is all conspiracy stuff.
We're about to go down a topic that
like I said, we're deviating from the main subject.
Everyone's got their own opinions on stuff.
That's why it's called a chat show. Just don't.
All right, guys. All right, let me wrap up Dear Love's thing real quick. Yes, there is a moral decay going on. Look at politicians.
Thank you.
The rotten apple spoils the batch.
But
we can go into this at another time, a lot deeper. But for another part of that, the person decay part, intellectually, I love Mike Rowe and his interviews and stuff on the stupidity of the educational system, pushing people for years. Get into coding, get into electronic, get into this, and AI is going to wipe all those jobs out. What is the biggest vacuum of jobs worldwide?
Technical,
manual labor, plumbers, welders, carpenters, craftsmen. They can't hire people because they don't have anybody out there qualified to come in as an apprentice. They took
our brains are decaying.
Yeah, they took all of the shop classes out of the high schools here in the U.S.
I've got something else to add to that there, Gil.
Oh, Mac.
You've also got the good old boys, the nepotism that keeps people out. That's why my lineman apprenticeship career ended up dying. I couldn't get hired to save my life because, I don't know anybody. It's not what you know, it's who you know. It's a crying shame.
Yeah. The my nephews. My brother was superintendent for Mountain Cascade Construction. He'd bring his boys out in the summertime out to the job sites. They would watch and they would learn. And finally, the guy, my brother was superintendent, so the guy above him was the owner's son, said, put those boys to work as apprentices, laborers during the summer. And he paid them. They learned because there was a smart person at the company said, and then also some of the other guys started bringing their kids in that were in their early teens and stuff. They put kids to work, learning skills. And now one of my nephews is a superintendent. Another one is a foreman because they learned from the time they were in their teens stuff they should have been learning in high school. But fortunately, they had a dad who's in the proper field, who knew people, and had a good company, and the company put kids to work.
So if you have those type of industries as well, and you have a shortage of manpower, and we're speaking about people being, part of the infrastructure, it's obviously really important. If you're wearing glasses at the moment, and you're actually taking preparedness seriously, you should absolutely, Gil, it's an important thing. Have a backup pair. There we go. What Gil is showing you right there is the smartest thing that you can possibly do. Like, that is 100% what you have to do. Also, make sure that you're taking care of your dental right now, because you don't want to have like a rough dental situation in a long-term SHTF where the infrastructure is like completely, depleted. Yeah. So if you have dental, make sure that you're on top of that right now. And then also just make sure that, like, if you do have prescription medications, look for alternatives, because as the infrastructure starts to kind of, cave in on itself, it's definitely going to be super important that you have the capability to just, turn to herbal medicines if you have the ability to, if there's alternatives for your regular prescriptions.
Yeah. One of the things about all this, all right, so for the, I got my extra cheaters here. These are just simple magnifier readers for for reading and stuff. But we also bought extra ones that are 4x magnification for the first aid kits. So you can really see that little splinter or whatever it is you got to dig out. And so having extras around that. And so I have like the ones I have on right now, these are 2 1/4 magnifications. This one here is a 2. I have a bunch of the 2s. But if I'm on the computer a lot, I'll start out for the 2s. And then about halfway through the day, I got to switch to the 2 1/4. If I go on for a long time, like I'm on a writing spree on my novels, I'm just in there just typing away. Later on, I'm switching to the 2 1/2s to be able to keep up with my eyes trying to adjust to the screen and everything. But there are things to that skills that everyone, to be part of their personal infrastructure, need to learn. And simple ones are wiring, plumbing, simple woodworking for house repair and stuff. So I could be able to take care of the handyman jobs around the house. Learn to do that stuff. And when you start learning and doing that stuff, you'll get a little bit farther, you'll learn a little bit more and a little bit more. I started my boys working on stuff around the house. The youngest one liked it so much, he got a job with a restoration company where they go in after fires or water leaks and stuff and repair houses. He likes repairing that, just going in and repairing and fixing everything. And so, this is, there are people that are into it, but some people don't realize that, even in that, you got to pay the toll. You think college, I got to go to college for 4 years to degree for doing coding and stuff like that. Well, if you go to a trade school for 2 years, and then you go into a business for another 4 years, you're making more at the end of 6 years. You're making more than someone who went into coding after 10 years, because the cost for going to a 4-year university is like 30 times what it is to go to a 2-year trade school. And so there's really not that much student debt that you build up going to a trade school that you do building up for the other one. So you make more money sooner from a trade school. It's not as glamorous until all of a sudden you realize, wait a minute, I've been here for 6 years. I'm a journeyman now. I can afford this boat. I can afford this RV. Oh, I can install my own backup generator and everything and save money on it and install my own solar because I have the skills and I have the money because I'm in the right field.
There's an interesting phenomenon with the way that we live in modern society just now, which is the compartmentalization of skills and some very particular things that one person simply cannot do. So an example being, it's all very well and good to say, okay, we should have the skills to do something like, let's say, repair a car, basic mechanics. But a modern day car now has a computer, which it doesn't matter how good of a mechanic you are. If you don't know how to operate the computer, then you can't operate the car.
Yeah, a computer, like more like 20 of them.
Yeah, or some sort of little weird.
I was about to say the same thing there, Shad. The computer, and you got all these different little electronic modules and sensors all over the car.
Yeah.
Like, take my 1988 Chevy pickup. I've got literally one ECM for the entire truck, and newer trucks now, they've got probably about 30 or 40 of them.
I mean, it's a real hazard in modern society, the way that we've compartmentalized very specific, very technical aspects of how things operate, including infrastructure. But it all relies on one little cog working properly for the rest of the cogs to work. And you only have to knock out the skill set for that one cog to screw everything else up. Because it's very rare now that you have one person who has such a broad understanding of how every cog works that they can operate that one thing. I mean, another example would be, imagine how amazingly technical an iPhone is. It's a fantastic piece of equipment. Now, you go to an iPhone factory in Malaysia or wherever they build them, okay, and you speak to the person who makes the screens, right, and then ask them to go down to the department that makes the batteries. They wouldn't have a clue because that's not their department. They just focus on putting in this screw and this screw or whatever it is they do. And there could be 50 people down at a work line to eventually get to the point where you have an iPhone. But nobody in the factory actually knows how to build an iPhone. Yep. Because they've built it in such a way for pure efficiency. And a lot of our infrastructure is built on pure efficiency now, or streamlining. I could imagine a situation where, like, for some reason, half of society just disappeared and you were in a practically empty city and the lights were out, but there's a perfectly functioning power plant right there. It just isn't on. Nobody knows how to turn it on.
Nope.
So
Probably not.
You actually start with a stone. If you had to make a chip, you don't have, getting the resources to actually do it, but to make a microchip for a computer, you can start off with a stone, a regular stone, a pebble. And it's just about refining it in the correct way again and again and again and again. Like, you can look it up. Like, there's ways to actually do so online, but you'd need the right equipment, and that's going to be almost impossible because all of that stuff's electrical, right? So, yeah, it's definitely a catch-22.
I think it would be a case of, depending on what the actual scenario was, it's not about trying to get back to the thing that we have just now. With time, that would happen anyway. It's about looking at, okay, we're at this place now in time, and this is the level of technology we currently have, or we can maintain. How did people in the past live this way? We talk a lot. We've been talking a little bit about electricity and how catastrophic it would be if all the lights went out. Well, yes, that would be catastrophic to our modern society. But let's not forget that, electricity wasn't properly used until the 1800s. Yeah. I mean, the national grid for the United Kingdom wasn't switched on until 1933. Okay, so humanity went perfectly fine for, millennia without electricity.
We don't have the skills to do that. We no longer have the skills to live that way.
Well, that's the thing. This is why. This again kind of goes down to my example as to why there's a bit of a difference between prepping and survival. Okay,
Yeah.
so prepping is really about trying to wait out the storm for as long as possible in order to get back to the point you were.
I was going to say something. We don't. Many of us, it's the tools that build the tools or the tools that maintain the tools. We can't even do that. Like if we had to start over literally from scratch.
Well, I think
It'd be a question of, do we have the tools to build the specialized tools or tools to maintain the specialized tools to manufacture more tools?
Yeah.
Well, it
Machine
starts off from manpower. If you've got good manpower, if you look at what made certain countries famous, you look at Greece, it was stuff like olive trees, fishing, sponges. There's even films about the Greek sponges and diving to get the sponges. So I don't know, is America famous for corn? Is it famous back in the day? Did it have loads of natural resources and they used to grow loads of stuff? So I think if you look at things like fishing, that was done. I think the basic stuff we can go resort back to that stuff quite easily. Things like fishing, farming. We're not too far away from, but the technology is going to be much more difficult, like to create to make that stuff.
You're not going to remake technology. Here, I'll give you a great example. My best friend, some people know him on some of my on some of the feeds I'm on, but he still works at the Ford dealership I worked at. Back when I was there, there was some computer work and stuff to hook up to the processor for codes to see what's wrong with it. Just before that, it was like, no, it was a meter. Literally, you used a voltmeter. Now, you barely touch a voltmeter. The headlights are hooked to a computer module. Even the headlight assembly itself has a built-in module. No longer are you looking for 12 volts positive, negative. You stick a meter on there, you'll fry a computer, and they tell you that. Now you hook it up to the computer, and that logs into the Ford mainframe, and it analyzes it and all this. There's other reasons they do that because people were faking it for years and just throwing parts on stuff. But even an alternator, and I think about the basic, an alternator, okay, out of my old Pinto, whatever. I could pull the alternator out of that thing, figure out how to mount it to something, and hook it to a fan or a water wheel or something to make electricity. Now, nope, because now the alternators have a built-in microprocessor. If it's not getting energized by something else and told what to do, it's just a hunk of metal. This is an issue for anybody who's thinking they're going to, I'm going to put a Faraday cage on my processor, my brand new 2025 Bronco, and it'll be fine. No, it won't. You got junk. You might as well go back and buy a 66 Mustang.
Hey, that's why I put these pictures up here. This is a company called Desert Power Wagons back in South Carolina. My goal is to be able to afford to buy one of these 1950s something or other power wagons that are totally EMP proof because there's nothing in it but a simple voltage regulator, alternator, and starter, and the distributor.
And radio. My radio's out.
Who cares if there's a radio out?
Oh,
I want one of
no
these
signal.
things here. So these things are tanks that are simple to work on. I wish I still had my 65 Dodge. I could crawl in the hood of that thing, work on that 218 engine, pull the hood down during the rainstorm, and work on it and fix it. Yeah. Right, so I just wanted to share that old things like this are absolutely amazing, and it's like it's simple to get in there and work on stuff. Plenty of room.
Because it's all mechanized more.
So here's how that relates in then to mass infrastructure decay. How much time and energy is whatever's left of humanity going to focus on trying to get that 2025 Bronco XLT up and running for no other reason than look at me. And look, I just put big oversized tires and wheels on it. Nobody cares at that point. I'm literally the last thing on my list, if there's no cars running, is going to be trying to get something running to go somewhere else to now have to rebuild something else when I get there.
I'm looking for a horse.
Exactly.
I'll look for a bike.
I'll even take a camel up in New York City at this point.
I think a good idea is to to start collecting those good old manual tools as well. Get the hand drills. I was talking to my friend Dean a while back, and we were discussing things to during SHPF situation, what would be good to collect. And we was talking about hand manual tools, so you can still sort of do stuff. Going back to what Gil said earlier about having them handyman skills and the trade stuff, and knowing how to fix stuff and the stuff today, it makes you wonder whether it's all been set up like that, so that we're all sort of invested in getting all this technology, and then one day they can just turn it off. Well, back in the day, we could sort of salvage stuff with the old stuff. We had video players. I'm sure you remember the days when we had cassette tape. Has anybody ever sort of saved one of those by putting a bit of tape on it? And it's still a bit wonky, but you've managed to save it. But the new technology, where everyone's thinking, I'll just put everything on a USB. I'll have it, the technology will come back. What if it don't come back? I've got the deeds to my house. I can prove it. It's on my USB. Yeah, but we've got no computers here.
Cordless drill.
Exactly.
Oh, yeah, I've used one of those.
Yeah.
Many times. Those are really nice and good.
Perfect example. Well, that's exactly what we were talking about as well.
Okay, you can take me off solo now. I just wanted to show that.
Drills, saws, stuff for digging, for building, axes,
Well, yeah, things to create with.
I mean, it's like nails.
Because you're trying to recreate these things again, right? Because they're gone.
Even a wooden boat. You haven't got a speedboat, just get a wooden boat. Get some old canvas sheets. Material's going to be a problem. Like we said about repairing. Get some needle and thread. Get tent needles, sail needles. How to... the
mechanical devices.
You can't get no clothes at the supermarket no more. So your clothing is going to become, people back in the day used to have to make their own mocking swings and their own shelters. We're talking about surviving like people back in the day. If we start from now, getting used to being uncomfortable, getting used to going without electricity, getting used to going without luxurious meals, start the process now. Start sort of, don't play the game. That's the problem. You see, everyone's been playing the game. Get the McDonald's, get the Mars bar, get the Coca-Cola. Big corporations. We always say, hey, governments, but these corporations are part of it as well. The technology, they get us hooked on it, because the food industry is being maintained. It was being maintained by those who were in the cigarette industry. So those in the cigarette industry know how to get people addicted. So the food today, a lot of people are addicted to stuff, in the food, and they don't even know it. So get yourself trained back to going the old ways. Guerrilla gardening. Check out what local resources, stuff that's going to be sustainable. Stuff like axes, that drill you just showed. That can last for a long time. A little bit of maintenance, keep it okay, oiled, what have you.
I think if you're looking at really good tools like you're talking about there, dear love. I mean, even if it's just a case of buying one good tool of each category, so something really good to cut with, something really good to saw with, something really good to chop with, and something really good to dig with, and a file to sharpen those things. If you have good versions of each of those things, that goes a long way. I actually have all of those things just around about me.
Water carrying capability.
With those tools, you can make every other tool. From a survival point of view, you're not going to have real technology in the sense that we have it, but you'll have primitive technology. With those tools right there, you can build yourself a shelter, build yourself containers, build yourself the means to survive a period of time, and if you need to, you can also build yourself things like a boat or something like that to do some very basic stuff. But if we're at the point where we're literally that far down the road of no infrastructure, then the population would have to be very small in order to maintain that. Because one of the consequences of our modern society is we simply can't...
Carrying capacity.
Yeah, the carrying capacity means that we can't just go back to living like we're in the Stone Age, or even the Bronze Age or the Iron Age, because
Hang on.
we don't.
I'm gonna interrupt just real quick because I'm gonna have to get off because my phone's starting to overheat. But I'm just gonna say I have to assume at some point in time, like, let's just say we're gonna have like a complete reset. I have to assume that we're probably gonna be a little bit tribalistic. And I'm gonna assume that some of the different tribes, some of their different cities. Like I think about the book 1 second after. I have to think that some communities are going to get certain levels of technology back online again. But I think it's just a matter of time. It's just a matter of, where people are when the major event happens. But anyhow, like I said, preparing capacity is the biggest thing for us. Anyhow, sorry to interrupt you. I got to go, guys.
Take care, man.
Take care.
Later, Steve.
If you can make bullets, you can win. I'll just add on to what you all said there. If you can functionally, like as a little society or tribe, make bullets, then you have way more of an advantage to most people. Sorry, go ahead, Alan.
No, I mean, I could probably just sort of tie it off there because you guys have sort of, you guys are putting in more input than me around this kind of stuff. But to my mind, survival can really be simplified down to just a few basic elements. And you can understand how to survive those in the most basic way by simply looking at how did people do it in the past in the area that you were in. But you do have to be careful about, but what are the numbers and what did the environment look like back then? There's no point in me looking at the Paleolithic period in the UK, for example, because Paleolithic Britain looks nothing like this country now. At one time, the whole of this island was covered in great forests. Now there's 1% forest left. So I wouldn't be able to live off the land in the same way those people did. Also, in those days,
sorry, Alan, to butt in. Is that really what it's down to? 1% forest left in the UK?
We only have 1% natural forest in the UK.
Wow. That's drastic.
It's a tragedy. That's an absolute tragedy.
That's decay. That is serious decay. What happened to those on Easter Island because of lack of trees?
Well, exactly. They chopped them all down so they could build statues.
It all depends on which history book you read. I don't think that's pertinent, but anyway.
All right. Okay, another time.
Going on with what Alan was saying there, one of the things to consider is, and most people don't like to think about this, if the power grid goes, especially here in the United States and in Europe and somewhat for Russia and China, 90% die off the first winter.
Yeah, millions would die. Hundreds of millions would die.
Yeah,
and then you got the cleanup after that.
You don't have the cleanup after that. You have the evacuation from that area, and you have the isolation of that area because of all the diseases there.
Yep.
Plus the panic and the conflict.
That's what I said. Prepare for the worst. Prepare for the worst.
Yeah.
Prepare for total mayhem. And like just getting your mind sort of at ease is going to be the hardest one. We're talking, and basic stuff we're going to need for the day is water, food, and shelter. Keep it really, really simple, and then you've got to take each day as it comes, rather like now, but less excitement. Now,
Gil's old enough to know this phrase. Pray for peace.
Me caveman.
Pray for peace. Prepare for war. Who said it, Gil? Had to be somebody during the Civil War, I guess.
Actually, no. That was more along the lines of World War I, right after World War I.
Right. Okay.
The other one along with that is the Japanese philosophy of Bushido is it is better to be a warrior in a garden than a gardener in a war.
That's brilliant. Yeah. That's right. Yeah.
Yeah. So one of the things, though, when I was was I even a teenager? I think I was 10. My parents
World War I.
Christmas a little 4-foot long wood lathe, and had one that had a little jigsaw on it too. So
shopsmith. Yeah, the smithy.
The little itty bitty thing, everything else. One of the things my wife and I are doing now, we're getting back into crafting, and she's had her little wood shop out there. She hasn't used it for a while. She's starting to dust it off and stuff. And she's like, crap, I don't want to work on it here. She's had me bring stuff up here to set up a proper wood shop out here in the shop here. But one of the type of lathes I want to get is one of the ones that has the big flywheel on the end. that I can either turn by hand or I can hook it up to a treadle and run it. But the original wood lathes and metal lathes weren't high speed like the modern ones are. They were slow.
Yeah, belt drive, slow speed.
Belt drive, steam powered belt, or hand crank. You get people on there with the crank turning it, and it would turn at a certain speed. So you weren't going and trying to do it real fast. No, it was slow precision work.
Just like a treadle sewing machine.
Mm-hmm. And so those are kind of some of the things to think about if you want to prepare and have yourself a second. When you get my age and you're retiring, you have a second. What's the word I'm looking for?
Backup.
Well, home job type thing, business. Some woodworking stuff, being a craftsman and making chairs, desks, beds, whatever you want, stuff like that. That's a skill to develop now, so you can find out what works and doesn't work on little or no power, so that if the power goes out, it's like, oh, I can still make stuff. I can make money. I can make this and trade this for other foods. Find someone who's a seamstress. We can, they need some wood products. I can make them for them. They can repair clothes for us. Got a guy down here with a butcher shop. He knows how to butcher, but he needs some cabinets. So I can build him cabinets and barter system.
Yeah, exactly. Little lone preppers. If there's a massive die off, there's going to be a ton of furniture laying around.
Yeah,
like a lot, and wood shops and supplies and you name it.
You don't want to go in those areas where that ton of furniture is at because of all the dead bodies and the rabid animals and stuff that are inhabiting that area now.
You mean my N95 mask won't help me? Had to go there.
Hey, your NBC suit may not help you in those areas.
I agree with that.
Another good thing to do, prepping for mass infrastructure decay, is to get to know people in your area, and maybe start up a little club and start talking about things in the beginning, and how can you help each other? Find out who's a carpenter, find out who's a plumber, find out, because if you're going to talk about things like water and sanitation, and find someone who might know about filters, find someone who may be a nurse, medic, the basic stuff. Start up a little club in your area. I mean, we're doing it now in the kind of a way we're talking about stuff. You might find yourself in years from now leading a group of people you don't know. You're not here by accident. We're not talking about this stuff by mistake. It's all relevant. Even when we argue sometimes, it's all relevant, and it'll come out in the wash anyway, whatever's going to happen. And then we're going to remember it. We're going to say, wow, we had a conversation about this. Oh, Daryl said something. Oh, Alan said something. Shadow said something. Oh, Mark said something. Jill said something. Guardian said something. And we, you never know. You might find yourself leading a group, and they're like, oh, Shadow, you're into survival stuff, Shadow. What are we going to do now? And you've got like 50 people saying, yeah, Shadow's going to look after. All of a sudden, you're like, oh no, I've got to remember all this survival stuff. And Alan, all we've got to do is, right, I remember, all the survival stuff's going to come out. It's all relevant, so it's very good that we're having this conversation.
Yeah.
It's great.
One of the things to think about too on that is, you already went by so fast up there. Is was it Little Lone Prep was saying they barter with somebody right now? One of the things is that I love about where I'm at here is up in Idaho Falls. They have a huge. We're talking like 6 blocks of the city they shut down for a farmer's market every Saturday, and just about everybody there, if they're growing vegetables and stuff, they got business cards because they want you to contact them, not just at the farmer's market, but, offline or whatever, to come out directly and get stuff from them during the week, whatever. Several people that sell, have cattle, and they bring, they got a trailer of refrigerators that freezers in, and they bring meat in, they sell it there. Here's our business card. Contact us tomorrow, whatever, but you can learn everything about where I'm at. About a third of a mile, maybe half a mile to the north is a dairy. A mile and a half to the south is another dairy. A quarter mile south of me is the Chapmans. They raise beef cattle. So I got stuff around here. A lot of people here in town have gardens. Some people grow one thing, some people grow something else, and they swap. Someone grows too much of something, they put it out curbside to go online to the City of Basalt Facebook page. Say, hey, they post a picture. I got this here. First one gets it. And so developing a community like that is going to help you with the infrastructure goes down. But the other thing is to develop your own personal or group infrastructure.
Yep.
One of the things I've got added to the house here, I got an UPS Mega 2 with 3 expansion batteries that's sitting there in the kitchen. It powers the refrigerator, the chest freezer, toaster, the microwave. And during the summertime, I run the fans through the window in the dining room to blow cool air in, so I don't have to run AC. And it's on that. And so, and right now, I just got that this summer, and I haven't set up the solar panels yet, but I have 2,100 watt solar panels. Boom! I can have all that this next summer. My plan is to have that totally on that, and not on where it's plugged into the wall, and it only charges during the low peak times where we're not getting charged as much for electricity here. And my electrical bill has gone down since I put that in, because I'm not on during the high peak times. I'm not using anything because it's on the battery backup. So that's some of the things to think about doing. You know, you can start something. You don't have to go whole hog on things. You can start simple and get a power station, add an expansion battery. A couple months later, I can afford another expansion battery, add that to it, and just use it as a battery backup when the power goes out for a couple hours. And then, all right, I can afford a couple solar panels, put a solar panel on it to charge it. And so there are things you can do to start slowly to build your own personal infrastructure. Water filters. Someone's talking about water filters. When I had I had a koi pond at the house in California, and I raised some really good koi and expensive show koi and stuff. I built my own filter system for that. The koi pond water was cleaner than the city water. I tested them both. It was cleaner. It had lower nitrates. It had it had no chemicals in it. It had, and it was from building a simple sand and lava rock medium water filter for it, and just running the water through it. And well, power goes out. How am I going to do that? Well, all I need to do is get a little decorative windmill with one of the little pumps on it and pump a little bit of water up in there. Just not a lot of water, just enough to start filtering it, and it would work great. But we got rid of the fish. We started going. Our kids got into Boy Scouts, and so we went that way instead. But yeah, there's online, any koi book you buy that talks about filters and stuff will teach you how to build a water filtration system that gives you better water than you're getting from the city right now.
There is, I would be slightly concerned with the idea, though, of relying on, say, farmers. You mentioned dairy farmers and things like that. The problem with modern day farms is they're almost entirely dependent on an external supply chain. So a dairy farm, for example, not just that. I mean, if we're talking about sort of Little House on the Prairie type stuff, where a dairy farm's a couple of cows eating grass and you milk them into a bucket, that's fine. But a modern day dairy farm relies heavily on grain being brought in, pharmaceuticals, machinery, technology, energy, diesel fuel, all sorts of things.
Sanitation.
Yeah, I mean, a modern dairy farm, if it had, say, 200, a 200 head of cattle in there, if the infrastructure fell tomorrow, almost every single one of those cows would die, because that farmer doesn't grow the food for those cows. He buys.
Fortunately, the ones here own a lot of land around, and they do grow the food.
Yeah, but Gil, if a cow is milking and you just stop milking it, you got problems.
Yeah, if you're gonna have pissed off cow. But if it were to happen here, I know several of us would be heading to one of the one to the north here, because then we go to church with them. We'd be going up there twice a day to help milk cows.
Hell, at that point, just bring 2 cows home with you.
Yeah.
Well, they got the land. They have all the
infrastructure,
alfalfa fields, the sorghum fields, and it'd be helping them rotate animals around, so we have milk for making for milk, for making cheese, for making cottage cheese, for making stuff. And some people buy. I know in town here, a couple of people buy the raw milk from them to make their own cheese and stuff here in town. So there are skills around. I've learned that. And so it's going to take, they're going to need people to go out there and help them. Yeah, their amount of production is going to probably drop down to no more than 20 milk cows milking at a time. But until we get enough people in, all right, we're going to work at the, we're going to go up and help milk in the morning up here. And so, yeah, there's going to be, during an infrastructure failure, there's going to be places like that that are going to depend on people coming in and saying, okay, I want to work for food.
I mean, the thing with, there's very few very small farms.
Yes.
You're lucky to live in an area that has a self-sufficient sort of, where they're circular in their needs that way. I had a similar conversation like this on another podcast, and it was amazing to me how many people says, well, I would just go to the farmer and maybe I could trade something and he would give me this, etc. Most farmers just don't work like that. I live in a relatively farmer-y type community. I've got a farmer friend. He has a lot of land. He has no animals on it. He predominantly grows oilseed rape. That's what he tends to farm. Now, if you were to go knocking on his door because the infrastructure's collapsed, he isn't going to provide a thing, nothing at all. He grows oilseed rape, but he doesn't make oil. He harvests it and sells it to a merchant who then goes and does something with it. He has no infrastructure whatsoever to do anything with that crop. And if he didn't have the diesel to run his machinery and electricity, etc., plus the seed that he gets in and all this kind of stuff, all of his land just becomes a meadow within one season.
Yeah, that's the problem in California. The dairies in California are in Central Valley. They're out there 20 miles in their city. Those are the industrial dairies. Those are the ones that are run by corporations. You get the smaller dairies, so you have a chance where they own all the land around them, have for generations, and they're able to compete against the commercial ones because they own all their own land and everything else. But yeah, you're right. Most farmers don't do it. Don't do the regenerative farming. Fortunately, around here in Idaho, it's becoming, I don't want to say the fad thing to do. It's becoming the recognized thing to do, to become regenerative farming, because you eliminate all the chemicals, you eliminate a lot of stuff. But the problem is they still, some of them still have to have diesel and gasoline to run equipment to go out and move, the cattle around from here to there, or the sheep around from here to there. Very few of them have enough horses so they could turn to a horse-based operation for running the cattle ranch or the sheep ranch or whatever else.
And don't forget the GPS electronics and that $2 million John Deere that they just sit there and drink a cup of coffee while they ride around and harvest 14,000 acres in a day.
Yeah.
Because the computer does it for them. And then the computer fails in the middle of the field. They couldn't drive a straight line in that thing if they had a cable on them.
Factory farming. These large industrial size factory farms, have pushed the smaller farmers out. And a lot of the farmland around where I live just now is effectively owned by 2 or 3 big companies. And there's farmers on them. Some of the farmers, incidentally, don't even own the land. The friend that I was talking about who, grows the oilseed rape, he doesn't actually own that land. He leases it and grows a crop and sells the crop, and that's how he lives. And that's quite a common way farming is done in the UK. I imagine it is in other countries as well. So I mean, feudal Britain were mostly farmers. People were mostly farmers back in those days. They had a very small plot of land, and they each tended to grow or raise animals based on the land that they had. They didn't try and do something different with it. If the ground was good for growing potatoes, that's what they did. If the ground was not good for that, but it was okay for sheep or pigs, that's what they had. And they did it on a smaller scale, but because it was so small and it was kind of circular, and they were able to sustain themselves much easier than factory farms. That was a much more sustainable way to live. But of course, you're talking about population sizes which are tiny, which wouldn't be sustainable nowadays. But if we're talking about complete decay of our infrastructure, then we would have to be talking about the complete decay of population. Because
then we're talking about farming in just for yourself and maybe one or two other people. We're not talking farming. We're just talking growing and sustaining. Having a garden that I produce like 14 different things throughout the growing season, early, middle, and end, and then somebody else doing other things, and maybe having a greenhouse to do stuff through the wintertime. And that's what we're going to be looking for, not figuring out how I can get that frickin' $2 million John Deere running so I can go harvest 18 million acres of GMO corn to make what? Ethanol out of?
I mean, technology would come back eventually, because it would come back the way that it just has naturally. With progress, life would get easier again. More and more things would happen. It would happen faster, because even if we lack the skills to be able to get back to the point where we were building iPhones, we know it's possible, and we would be working towards that end.
You'd have some old stuff laying around to look at, and
So I mean, that would happen again. But
like you said earlier, Alan, we're gonna go back to not the Stone Age, but you might as well call it that, and start from scratch. Initially, I mean, I said it earlier, fire was the first technology.
Yeah.
I mean, with fire, it gave them heat, and it's like all of a sudden something, a piece of meat fell in a fire and it tasted good. So now they invented cooking, so to speak. And then a stick, somebody dropped the tip of their wooden spear into the fire and it started to burn. So they put it out and realized it made it a little bit harder. And, stuff like that. Technology grows on technology, but you don't invent technology. You do, but you accidentally stumble on it and it grows from there. That's how real technology worked from day one. It's like, okay, I'm going to invent something that I can stay warm with. Ooh, how about if I rub two sticks together or find a lightning bolt that hit a tree? No, it was accidental. And we grow on that. So that's how it's going to have to roll is, you're going to have to do things. You may be reinventing the wheel, no pun intended, but you need that wheel to move your dirt to the other side of the yard so you can make your garden. So you had to figure out, how am I going to make a wheel, a piece of wood and a chisel, okay, or a rock, just to make something round and get a hole in it so I'm not carrying one shovelful at a time over. Yeah. It's going to start literally it will boil back to the ultimate basics, especially if, I have a jackery and power supply and solar panels and all that stuff. Well, sooner or later, it's going to break down, period. And you're not going to have anything to fix it with. So you better be ready for that, to go back to the Stone Age, basically. Yeah. I mean, not that far, but I think you know what I mean on that.
One of the things, though, to consider is a resource we do have for those of us who are smart enough to do it. I still have my parents' Encyclopedia Britannica, and all the other books of how to make stuff, how things work. And and other people have that, libraries will become a resource for those that have the brains to think about it and go, oh, I need to go get these books while the books are still there. And the areas that have some sort of infrastructure that's survivable, like a bunch of people that have solar panels on their house and have some electricity, are going to be able to do stuff to make the stuff that'll work without electricity quicker. And be able to, we know where we're going to lose our solar panels, our solar power here. We need to figure out how to make stuff. All right, we need to make a gasifier so we can run the cars and the pickups off of the gasifier to get around town and do stuff, or hook it up to the old, like I have an N9 Ford tractor out here. from 1939. And it's like, okay, cool. We will put a gasifier on the front of it. We'll get it running so I can run off that just by using wood chips and stuff to power it. We have the knowledge. If we have the knowledge, as a society, we have it, but as individuals, all right, there we go. Yeah. We need to do things to do that, to be able to, to progress. That's what I was saying. I want to get a lathe that has a hand crank on it, or a pulley on it that I hook up to a bicycle, put the grandkids on the bicycle pedaling to run my wood mill. Well, I can also use that to run a small 12-volt generator. It may only be like a 5-amp generator or alternator that I can charge up the batteries that I use for my solar system. So there's other ways to do things, but we need to think outside the box now and figure out, if we lose it all, what can I do? What can I get hold of? Where are these parts at? Because it's things you got to plan. Plan ahead for total. Hope for the best, plan for the worst.
I don't know if anybody can see that. It's a apparatus. Basically, it's a condenser.
Yeah.
Oops, sorry about the sun there. And this is in a patent book I have. I have a bunch of them. And I flipped through, and it's got 3,700 pages and a lot of redundant stuff. People re-patent the same thing with a slight difference to it. But just the ideas. And if you don't have the mindset to work with an idea and figure out how to do something with it, you're just a stone.
Yeah.
The thing with, if you look at the way a lot of communities survived in the past, it always came down to people who were sort of specialized in particular areas. Mm-hmm. Of course, nowadays we look at things like mechanics and plumbers and welders and this kind of stuff. There was a time where, say, for example, you hunt a deer. Okay, so the hunter-gatherer kills a deer. And then what are all the component parts of the deer that you can make? Oh, the eyeballs can be turned into glue. The sinews can be turned into cordage and string. The intestines can be turned into skin for making other things. The hide can be made
sausage casings.
You can turn the hide into clothing or leather, all these kind of things. Now, you can learn about all of the different things, all of the different parts of a deer that you can make a use out of, but it's actually quite hard to be good at making any of those one things. Yeah. Okay, it's actually quite difficult to skin a deer and then turn that into leather, for example. You can learn how to do it and you can practice it over time. You can get good at it. But as an individual, if you've never done each of those things, if you're just lying there with a deer, apart from eating as much of you can, eventually the deer's going to rot away and it's going to be useless. So back in the past, what people used to tend to do was, you would have a person who was, his specialty was making glue. So he would go to the hunter and say, okay, I'll buy the eyes off you because that's what I need. Or I'll trade you the eyes and I'll give you glue. Because the hunter doesn't know how to do it, but he can hunt the deer and then give the eyes and then he gets the glue. And you can get the cordage the same way. And eventually you have a small community of, let's say 20 people. And each of those 20 people specialize in doing a particular thing from the carcass of a single deer. And that's far more efficient. And then everybody sort of trades among themselves. All ancient communities used to operate this way, and hunter-gatherer communities anyway. And some Aboriginal and nomadic communities still operate this way. So it's about trying to focus in on what it is you need as an individual to start with, and then take a look at the speciality sort of skills a little bit further down the line when you have the time to do it. Because, it's all very well and good saying, okay, I could, because I'm a clever person, take this old broken solar panel and this old battery and do something with wires, and I could make some sort of piece of electricity out of that. Okay, fine, but how are you going to eat that day? How are you going to feed yourself? Do you have access to running water, fresh water somewhere? Yeah. Those are the things you have to be prioritizing first. And then once you've got the time, you can start paying attention to these other things.
Yeah. That's one of the things. Everyone should know gardening and practice gardening. You can't just jump into gardening and be successful. You got to learn what grows and doesn't grow in your area. Because everybody has a garden, they can venture out and start doing some of these specialized things, like being a candle maker, being a hide tanner. But yeah.
1953. There are things in this book that I don't even know exist. And
you're not. Oh, be careful! You're not supposed to know some of those exist anymore.
Yeah, and actually, no, that was 1951. They actually made it illegal to own this book because certain things that were listed in there that the government was doing. So, yeah. I've been trying to get a copy of that one for a long time. Good luck. You'll be instantly on a list if you find a copy of 1951 Nordstrom's and they find out about it, because there's stuff in there that they tell you specifically how to do it. Yeah, they don't want that out there. This one comes close, but
one of the things to consider is if you have grandparents' diaries and stuff, they haven't gotten thrown away or whatever, you'd be surprised what's in there. My grandmother was born in 1899 up in northern Idaho. There was 14 brothers and sisters in the family. They were on their own ranch. They grew everything except for wheat. They traded the cattle they grew and took it to town, or just drove the cow down to the butcher and traded to get wheat for what they needed. They grew corn. They grew all the vegetables. They had a 3-seat outhouse, so 3 people at a time could sit in there, because with a family that large, you needed it. But through the late 1800s and into about 1920, that's what the entire family did. And then finally, they decided, okay, we're getting too old for this. Who's going to take over the farm? And everybody's like, let's see what they're doing in the cities now. And this was the beginning of the Roaring 20s, and that's when they went to the city and got rid of the farm.
Yeah, and that's the problem, because once people moved away from the countryside and into these urban dwellings, they then became completely reliant on supply chains.
Yeah, one generation. That's it.
Yeah, what cities are, they don't maintain themselves. They don't function. The carrying capacity, like we were talking about earlier, is massive. When it comes, there's so many people in a city, it couldn't possibly grow all of the food required.
No, they can't. They moved there because they can make more money, but now they have to pay more to have all that food brought to them, so they can run to the grocery store and get it. And that's the first place that will fall apart. Is the cities and the semi-urban cities.
3 days.
Yeah, and it's already happening. It's already falling apart. It's already decaying. The mind. Yeah. The corruption.
Power failure in Spain and Western Europe.
People think that corruption is just money. Oh, someone stole money. Someone was given a backhander. But it's the love of the money that is the problem. And some people don't want to give it up. Some people don't want to share it. We've got the technology. We've got the technology to feed everybody. We've got the resources.
Yep.
It's just that we've got bad management. People want to be the one. Everybody wants to be the one.
Yep. But anyway, so if the cities are going to suffer first, because there will be no deliveries and stores, like Gil said, 3 days. Look at what happened in Western Europe. What was it? Spain, and I forget what other halves of other countries got whacked with that power failure for a day and a half, and all hell broke loose within an hour. Forget 3 days; it was more like 3 hours.
Because the internet was still up.
Well, yeah, and they're like, "Oh my God, we have a power outage. We're all going to die." And they read about it on the internet, and then they go off and start looting stores and doing all that stuff. And a day and a half later, the power comes back on. They're going, whoops.
Yeah.
If you won't get arrested after that for stealing.
If we had something like a sort of mass solar flare or something, and the cities would be the first, the people who live within the cities would be the first people to be affected, but it wouldn't be long before they try to then move out into the countryside and that would then affect, you know, sorts of.
You
would have that problem with
the
flood in the countryside.
The problem with that theory is if we get hit by a CME, creating an EMP, wipes out the grid, cities, I would say that you have very few people able to get out of the city.
Yeah.
Because no gasoline.
No gas,
cars that's all they have. And everybody's going to try to rush out at the same time. Traffic jam. They're going to run out before they get 5 miles out of the city.
Yeah, and they're going to fight with each other just trying to get further out. Yeah.
And it's going to be, that's where your 90% of your fatality die-off comes from, is the 100% or the 99% die-off in the cities. They're not going to make it very far out of the city. New York City, they might make it to New Jersey.
Oh boy.
And the people in New Jersey are going to be that aren't running are going to be fighting them to keep them in New York City. Yeah, get back across that bridge. We don't want you here.
It's where you see it in conflicts, where you have these huge trains of people on roads, you know, refugees basically all walking in one direction. And they're all kind of following each other. They're not actually even going to a specific place a lot of the times. Yeah. They're just following the herd,
herd mentality.
Yep.
LA, no, anybody within 30 miles of the downtown area of LA is going to escape LA. Because they'll be out by the time they realize, I need to get out of here, they've already used up just all the food they have. And they're trying, if they start walking, how many miles a day can you walk? Carrying stuff.
Carrying how much supplies to get how far. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I mean, it's the most fragile thing about society, modern society, is there's just so many people reliant on a supply chain in order to live.
Mm-hmm.
And you know, if 1,000 years ago, if a city got wiped out 1,000 years ago, it wouldn't be that big of a deal for everybody else to survive, because there's only like 20,000 people in the whole country anyway. If 1,000 people in their city dies, they can just move to the next city and everything is okay, because they have the resources and the natural abundance of things around about them. We don't have that at all. I mean, the UK doesn't even grow enough food to feed itself at the moment. It has the ability to do it if it was to, really stretch things and be more sensible about how we don't waste food and things like that. But for the most part, we have to import a lot of our food because we're overcrowded. There's just too many people in this country.
Yeah, where are they going to go? I'm getting out of the city. Exactly. Where are you going? Everybody just left the city. Now everybody is somewhere else.
Yeah.
And it's just going to be like a plague of locusts. And then eventually most of the locusts die because of lack of food.
And I mean, it's even worse in the case of, the UK is an island. So, we're not going nowhere.
We can all hop on a small fishing boat and try to make it across the Atlantic over to America. To where? Boston? Yeah, the same problem there.
It's only 22 miles to France from Dover.
I suppose we do have a lot of rubber dinghies on this side of the water. We could probably just get back on them and go.
Just walk through the Channel Tunnel. You'll be fine.
All right. Something interesting that I've read about quite a bit through various authors about urban or suburban areas here in the U.S. We're not downtown cities out there where as the residential area sprawls out and stuff. Talking about the die-off after 3 days, or after a week, because 3 days the store runs out of food. Everybody runs out of food in a week to 10 days because that's all they have in there. There's going to be a lot of dying in residential areas.
Yeah.
If someone has a garden in their backyard and their neighbor dies, the best thing for them to do, go over, dig in the backyard, deep hole, bury the bodies. When I say deep, you want to be at least 4 feet deep. Bury the bodies, take over the backyard, and enlarge your garden. Look, neighbor on the other side died. All right, we're going to do that one there.
Yeah, think of the fertilizer value.
He has a garden too. He's doing the same thing. All right, we're going to do a community garden with the houses around where people are dying from. Oh, wait a minute. The houses no longer have anybody living in there, so we can clean them out, either tear them down for building material, or start working on them and salvaging windows and stuff and building a greenhouse. from the pieces from these houses that are abandoned now. Those are going to be the ones that survive in the cities, suburban areas, and like that. But you got there's going to be some hard choices to make. Oh, your neighbor died. Everything, the grid's down. There's no communications. What are you going to do?
Get them out of the house before it starts stinking up so bad you can't use the
Oh
house.
yeah.
Mm-hmm. You get them out. You bury them deep, and plant a garden in their backyard.
I think
if you plant them not too deep, make sure you just put flowers there and things that you're not going to eat.
I suppose one thing to consider as well, though, about modern houses is a lot of them are built in such a way that they're really not built to be able to sustain themselves without an occupant. So if there's no heating, for example, in a house, relatively continuously, and it's just left to, even if the windows are sealed, it's cold in there, and there's mildew growing and mold growing and things like that. In a very short pace of time, modern houses will just fall apart.
And you don't have the ventilation either, because that will not work.
Well, the first thing you're going to do in a house, and if you take the bodies out, you're going to turn off the water to that house, or make sure all the water pipes are turned off and drained out. So when it does freeze, you don't get water breaking in there, you don't get water damage, you don't get the mold growing. Then one of the next thing you're going to do is you're going to keep open a couple of windows to keep air flowing through, so any moisture in there doesn't cause mildew to grow and stuff. You're going to try to and then you're going to try to salvage things out of that house that you can salvage. Bedding, sheets, curtains, any clothes. You're going to salvage everything you're going to need to salvage out of that house that you can reuse.
Even tools.
Pots and pans, tools, jewelry. Because, hey, at time, certain things, precious metals are going to become valuable again.
There was sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Go ahead.
I was just thinking there that, like, something that I remember finding quite interesting from when the Fukushima power plant melted down, when that happened over in Japan. The BBC sent a camera crew over there to take a look at the surrounding areas that had no people in them, because they evacuated an area around about them. And one of the places they went to was a supermarket. It was a big Japanese supermarket. Now, this supermarket wasn't affected by the flood water. It didn't get damaged in any way or nothing like that. But the area was completely evacuated, and of course it had no power. And the thing that I found interesting about that report, and it's still online somewhere, I think, was that supermarket was disgusting. It was so putrid. There was rats and everything inside the supermarket eating the food. A lot of the food had disintegrated and went to nothing, and it was a vile place to be. You wouldn't want to be anywhere near it.
Yeah, it just takes one mouse to get in there to get something to eat, and they breed fast, and that's it.
Yeah,
it's all over.
Even tinned food was, because the Japan's, I think it was quite warm there or whatever, but the tinned food was just rotting away or bursting. The humidity, it was disgusting. It was interesting because all of us have seen those apocalyptic movies where they go to a supermarket and they think, I can just live here for years. Look at all this food and all this tin stuff.
Yeah, right.
Now, that supermarket in Japan had only been occupied for like a month, and it was already completely. You wouldn't want to go near the place.
The first thing that's going to happen is all the vegetables and stuff that's going to rot. And that's going to give off more moisture into the air, and the mold's going to travel around.
And the freezers go down, and all that food thaws and rots, and the
rodents are going to be crawling all over the cans to try to find something they can get at, and they're going to be peeing on the cans. And what does that do to the cans? Rusted out, and so pretty soon the cans are breaking open. But yeah, that's a month, I wouldn't doubt that, because especially if a door was left open to the market, you can have all the rodents going right in.
And they're not going to leave; they're going to make a home in there.
Yeah. As soon as people aren't there, animals are going to take the opportunity to move in. That nature will take over again.
Yeah.
I mean, that is definitely
go walk around any supermarket.
Taking over already. Human nature.
So go
Welcome
walk around
our
the
horse.
outside of any
This is
supermarket.
All messed up.
Any market that has food in that, there's mouse and rat traps all around the perimeter.
Yeah.
Why?
So they know where the food is. They know where the food is.
Exactly.
Yeah. So yeah, there is a lot of things for the infrastructure going away that most people don't even consider happening. And infrastructure, to me, collapse is going to be an exponential, high-speed train wreck.
Oh yeah.
This thing breaks. Oh, now that causes 2 things to break. Oh, that causes 8 things to break. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, and just next thing you know, it's like, boom. If there's no one there to fix things, or if they're not fixing the things that need to be fixed because some politician's getting money in his pocket, say, fix this stuff here and buy the supplies from this company here, which my wife owns. Yeah, other things are going to start, and you're going to have like cities here in the U.S. where the corruption has caused the cities to collapse. Some of the Midwest cities that have been abandoned because of that stuff like that was corruption.
Have you ever been to Slab City, Gil?
Where?
Slab City.
Slab City.
Mm-mm.
Where's that?
Where's it
No
at?
idea.
In America.
Well, America is 3 times the size of Europe. Where is it at?
Well, I don't know where exactly it is, but it's a place that it was an abandoned military place in America.
There's a bunch of those.
Loads of people live there, and they're kind of off grid, and it's like a bit like.
All right, there is. Lee put it in there in Nevada. No, I have not been to Slab City, Nevada. I did see a video on it. Wasn't the fat electrician? A video on YouTube about it, about how they basically pulled back and moved in there and are making a go of it.
There are quite a lot of ghost towns and stuff in the US. I noticed that I did Route 66 a couple of years ago on a motorcycle. And the interesting thing about that road is that used to be the main highway, and then they built a bigger highway, straight line.
Yeah. Everything along died. There were no exits. Yep.
Exactly, yeah. So if you do old Route 66, you go through these little towns and stuff that at one time had the fantastic hotels and cool places to stop, and now they're just ghost towns. There's actually one which we stopped at that literally had one resident. One woman still lived there, and there was like an old petrol station and garages all around her and houses and things, and she was the only resident there for about 10 miles or something. So I mean, it can happen quite quickly. And in Route 66's case, it was the building of a highway which made all of these ghost towns. And you also see it with mining communities and things like that as well. I've always said that Las Vegas will probably be the next largest modern city to just go back to desert, I think.
Vegas isn't really a city because all those buildings, nobody lives there.
Yeah, I mean, it's
on the surrounding areas. If that's all gone, if nobody's going to gamble, and all the people that go there for tourism, the instant that stops, weeks, and everybody else just leaves because their houses will be worth nothing.
It's happening.
The water's disappearing. The water's disappearing there as well. So eventually, it's just going to become a ghost city.
Yeah,
it's happened.
What's happened here in where I'm at, just across the railroad tracks is the Yellowstone Highway, Highway 91. On the other side of the Snake River, they built Interstate 15. When Interstate 15 got built, all the slow travelers like Route 66, people traveling along the way here, stopped coming up 91. The big hotel that used to be here in town, nobody stayed there.
There's no exits on 15 to get over there if people can even see it from the highway.
You got to go 4 miles up the road or 7 miles down the road.
Yeah, and they've already built infrastructure at those exits to capture the people when they get off the highway. Yep.
And so, a lot of the stuff around here changed, and now everything went totally back to agricultural. The biggest thing we have here is just outside of town, between us and the railroad tracks, is the Idaho Supreme mashed potato manufacturing facility. They take potatoes, turn it into all the different instant mashed potatoes. The fully loaded instant mashed potatoes, the gratin cheese mashed potatoes, the
bacon and cheddar, all the ones.
Bacon, cheddar, all of these different types of mashed. They make it over here. We know Thursday is sour cream and onion mashed potatoes, because in the evening when they clean out the vats and stuff, it stinks. But it's one of the things that happens like that when you get a big highway going through. The smaller communities suffer.
Yeah, going back to what Alan said about these like ghost towns and cities, and what we were saying about Slab City. What happened in Greece, and you just mentioned about people going back to agriculture. It's actually happening ongoing in Greece, where a lot of people, youngsters, are they're very sort of they're like fed up with the city life. They're fed up with all the nonsense, and they're going back to their parents' vineyards where they're growing grapes now. I saw one video where this family went back into growing snails, and like we mentioned earlier about the bartering, going back to the agriculture, to what we know, what's in us. So it's ongoing in certain places other than Greece as well, but it's not all dire, because people are preparing. There are people that are preparing for it, and there will be people that do survive. There will be a lot of people that don't survive, but like we said, prepare for the worst.
Expect the war. Prepare. Whatever. Pray for peace. Expect war.
And I think everybody here knows Corsair Trainers, Steve. All right, he's in far out suburban Los Angeles, out near we're getting into the foothills. He will survive because he's got a garden, he's got his fruit trees going on, everything else. When he first moved into his new house, he was showing some of the videos of some of his his scouting around the neighborhoods and stuff, and then out a little bit farther, showing everything he had, or not, well, probably didn't show everything, but showing a lot of stuff around there of resources he could go get.
Yeah.
So, and he knows, I know he knows about if neighbors die, all right, we're burying them and we're taking over their yard for garden. And so
taking the windows out of a house that's fallen down that are still good and using it for a small greenhouse. Yep.
Yeah, or the houses that just sort of abandoned 4 blocks away, and go over and just take all the windows out of that house.
Yep.
And
plumbing and everything you can find that you can use.
Yeah.
Someone just put a comment. Sorry, someone just put a comment up saying, "Yep, there's a city in Cyprus called Famagusta, completely abandoned during a conflict. It really creepy to see." Funny you should mention that, because my father was from Famagusta, Cyprus, and I've actually seen sort of. I've seen Famagusta from afar, from very far, because there's the Turkish invasion, and they took over certain parts. And sorry to cut in there, Mark. You're fine. And I've seen in Nicosia, which is the capital of Cyprus, I saw this place. It's like a dead man's land. So it's like the point where the Cypriots are, and then in between, it's like the picture behind Jill. That's what it looks like. You're looking through this little box that they've got in this area where,
if it's near a border, they probably turn it into a demilitarized zone so nobody can live there.
Yeah, it's what it is. It's what it looks like, Jill. Exactly like that. You look through this little box in Nicosia, and it's got all the modern stuff you could think of, all the top name brands, shoes, watches, everything. And then you look through this little wooden box, and it's like that, derelict. And then you're okay. It's not as big as that picture behind Jill. Maybe perhaps a few blocks.
It's Gil, not Jill.
Sorry, Gil. Yeah. Sorry, yes, I did say Gil earlier. Sorry, Gil. Yeah. Jill is a lady's name. Sorry about that. Sorry if this
Actually, I
is
knew a guy named Jill, like a boy named Sue. I knew a guy named Jill in high school.
Wow.
But it wasn't spelled Gill. It was spelled Gyle.
Well, that sounds all right. Yeah.
Sorry, I
like
had to go
a
there.
cool
Anyway.
name.
I was actually just reading about that place in Cyprus there. I just put into Grok just to take a look to see if there's any modern examples of cities or large communities recently that have become sort of ghost towns where the infrastructure's completely failed. And there's a couple of really big ones in China where they built these mega cities and then the companies
ghost
went
cities.
bankrupt. Yeah,
Yeah.
and nobody lives there. They look ridiculous actually looking at the pictures. There's another one in the US in Pennsylvania, which is quite interesting. It's called Centralia, or something like that.
Oh, in Pennsylvania?
Yeah. It says
that's the one that there was an underground coal fire going
Yeah,
on.
yeah.
And people had to get out because this carbon monoxide was coming out of the ground and killing people.
Yeah, it says right here, an underground coal mine fire.
Nature's had enough of us.
1962, releasing toxic gases. It could burn
It's
for another
still going. They can't put it out because it's
250 years is how long they think the fire will last.
Wow.
And there's still vent holes there. You can actually go tour it. And you can go hiking in there. There's vent holes where you can put a thermometer over and it's still coming out at like 250 plus degrees. And that fire is down like 300, 400, 500, 800 feet or more. And yeah, it's just still burning. You don't want to stick your face in there because you ain't going to breathe too well.
Yeah.
So can I ask a panel a question? Right. So we're prepping for mass infrastructure decay.
And
what other things long term are going to suffer from as a consequence of not being maintained? So what I was thinking is moving to higher ground a good idea? Because if there's infrastructure that's gone down, decayed, whatever, and if there's a natural disaster where things were holding up sort of barriers before, now they can't do the same job because the decay in the infrastructure. I don't know if you guys get me, but I'm just trying to think location might be a good idea, getting to higher ground. Because
higher ground is a matter of where you live and what you want to do. Like if I was in California down on the coast, I'm not going to move up on the mountains there because I'm going to get blown out by a fire within a couple of years.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it's
Things
higher
like
ground
that's
is
important to think about.
a moral.
All right, Shadow,
statement.
can you show this?
Yeah, sure. No
All right.
problem.
Sorry,
There we go.
23 largest abandoned cities in America. I'm just going
Wow.
to slide it across. So there's one in the
Wow.
move across here. So you got
That
some of
looks
the
like the place
older
Mark
ones.
just described.
And there is Central. Let me go ahead and play that. See if it shows the thing on it. Yeah. So there's a highway going in there.
Yeah.
Wow.
Daggone stupid ads. Oh well, I can't. It's not. Let me skip it.
No, you got to watch it. Ooh, $45.
I got 5 seconds to skip this one.
I love how the YouTube advert says you're going to watch this video after your video. You're going to watch your video after this, okay?
There you go.
Right, there you go.
And it's been burning down in. Yeah, so it's gone. I'm gonna stop. I'm just gonna slide it across and get pictures of it. This is the town, Pennsylvania, and then this is This is one in Alaska.
Oh, that's the old mining town. Yep.
Yeah. And what we got here? We got St. Elmo, Colorado.
Wow. Actually,
this is in Texas, New Mexico.
They could be potentially very good bug out locations because they're there. There's structure there. If there's mass infrastructure decay and then places kind of survive, I mean, I wouldn't mind jumping into one of those overnight if I had to.
Yeah.
Rather than being the elements.
Well,
I mean, it'd be good for shelter, but is there water? Is there food?
I know, but still, shelter is. I mean, if I was in a situation where I was looking for shelter, or yes, obviously they've been abandoned for reasons, but in a pinch, like you said, if you're
3 Mile Island.
No, this is North Brother Island, New York.
Well, there's plenty of water there.
Oh no, that's on the Hudson. Yep.
Yeah. This is all abandoned. That's right there right there around New York City.
Yeah, it's 18 miles north of New York City on the Hudson. Yep.
Yeah.
This is where your skills will come in with, purifying water.
Yeah.
Purifying that water.
This is Salton City in California. That water there is the most salt water in the United States, more than Salt Lake City. This is one of the other ones here. This is come on, I'm not playing the video. You stupid
boy,
thing.
A commercial with artwork. Yay!
All right, we're gonna screw it, but yeah, you can look that up and find it. There are a lot of them out there that are. I hadn't got to the Midwest. There's like in Illinois, there's like 5 or 6 cities in Illinois that have been totally abandoned.
Yeah,
and they're not small ones either.
I think there's a few small ones in the UK here and there dotted about. Alan might know.
I don't know of any really big place. I mean, we've got a few places like Bradford that are basically full of zombies. But,
Oh, that was a.
Other than that, I don't know. But
it's a society abandoned, but not certain people.
Yeah, we do have mining towns. There's a few mining towns in Scotland that are they're not abandoned, but they're more or less abandoned.
Well, actually, if you look at the ownership of the infrastructure in the UK, most of it is owned by foreign companies.
I can believe that. Yeah. Yeah.
Philippines. Who's bought all the electrical power plants and power companies in the Philippines?
Bill Gates?
Yeah.
I don't know, just a guess.
Wrong direction.
This is a good idea to look into.
China.
Shocker.
Yeah.
No pun intended.
Well, China practically owns Africa at this point.
Mm-hmm.
I was just about to say that. Talk about Africa.
They're maintaining all of the roads, rail.
Yeah,
all sorts of
they
different
even put in the big dam and all that. Yep.
The battle for the Silk Road over again.
Yeah,
but it's in but this now they've got nukes now. Before they had swords and bows and arrows.
That's more of a political infrastructure issue going on there, not decay of the physical. But
yeah,
hey, I'm gonna bail off here. I still got some stuff I got to run and do today. Shadow.
Okay, no problem, Mark.
Take
Everybody,
care.
Right. Good speaking to you,
Mark.
Later.
Buenas noches.
Yeah. That's one of the things that we should be thinking. Why is China buying all the infrastructure for these countries and cities and everything else? They're making money at it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Who's paying the residents?
Yeah.
So they're paying more taxes and getting less for their dollar than if they did it themselves. But it's easier to hire an outside company to do it.
Yeah, it's also just a good way of spreading influence and power.
Mm-hmm.
To provide that kind of. I mean, in Britain, I mean, the British were fantastic at this. We would go to India and build all the railways and build the roads and all this kind of stuff. And people like to think the British Empire was like this evil thing that went in and took things. It didn't. It went to places and developed them, but by doing so, it controlled them. Because they were the people in charge of the maintenance of these railways and roads and all this kind of stuff.
They've done a lot of bad things as well, brother.
I'm sure they.
Everybody has to admit. You see the trouble today. No one wants to admit the wrongs. Someone mentioned earlier.
They did some wrongs.
Governments are no good. They're all murderers. They're all corporate. They're all sort of mercenaries working for these corporations. Basically, Coca-Cola runs everything. All right, that's a joke, right? But corporations are the real draconian ones. We think the governments are bad, but who, like you said, who funds these people? And for what reasons are they getting funded? I mean, we could go down a massive rabbit hole, but Mark will stop me now. But he's not here anyway, so maybe I have to continue. No, anyway, sorry, Alan. Sorry, Alan, to cut into you there.
No, I mean, it just made me think as well. I mean, if we were talking about the infrastructure decay, I mean, one of the primary reasons, we're already touching on some of the reasons why it could happen, whether it be a coal mining, catches fire, or a highway gets built or something like that. I wonder how many of these cities and towns, how many of the residents knew it was coming? You know, did it happen straight away, or was it? Did they have time to move? I think as preppers, you know, part of the thing that makes a prepper is trying to look a little bit to the future and trying to see what's down the road and then prepare for it. You know, so if I lived in a town that I thought, you know what, the only thing that's keeping this town going is a coal mine, and there's only 10 years of coal left. Do I want to buy my house right now and have a 30-year mortgage, knowing that the coal mine's going to close in 10 years? You know, it might become a ghost town and be worth absolutely nothing. I don't think a lot of people do think that way. And there are some things that could happen in the world, not just nuclear wars or power plants melting down and stuff. I mean, there could be catastrophic climate change, which forces millions of people to have to abandon a city in the northern hemisphere and move south, you know, or something like that. The only thing that's keeping the UK functioning is, you know, we have a warm, you know, the Gulf Stream and things like that keeps the climate here a relatively warm temperature. If the sea was to change and things like that, you know, we could be living in a snowball.
The cold would take over, right?
Yeah, I mean, we would be the ones trying to get off the island and move to France. You know, it wouldn't be the other way around. And
well, and you said about the 10% forest, right? So there wouldn't even be much firewood left.
1%.
To maintain.
1%.
Oh, sorry, 1%. Sorry.
I looked it up. There's 2.5% ancient wood.
2.5. But still, that wouldn't last out long.
There is plantation in the UK. You know, just the rows of trees that are just one species. That makes up about 12% of the land mass. But those trees are relatively useless. Yeah.
Yeah, monoculture.
I don't really class that as forest, to be honest. It's just that's a crop. You know, it's a tree crop, and it's only got a couple of uses. It has no wildlife in it, really.
So, like something like a little ice age comes back to Europe.
Yeah, I mean,
and that without the trees, no one's gonna want to burn enough wood to burn.
10,000 years ago, there was a Neolithic era. There was the Ice Age in the UK. The UK was ice. Was that? I think that's correct. Don't correct me if I'm wrong there.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, the Ice Age was about 12,000 years ago in the UK.
12,000.
I mean, it's in North America as well. At one point, in North America, I think it was something like, I can't remember the exact number, but it was more than half of North America was under 1 mile of ice. You know, it was just solid. You know, woolly mammoths and all that kind of stuff wandering around.
And that's why we have fertile land in some of these areas because of it.
It's also why a lot of the interior of the United States is flat, because the ice basically
just carved
glaciers.
Carved it. Yeah, glaciers just carved the ground out.
But that'll come back again. I mean, it happens on a cycle. You know, you get ice ages, then you get thaws and things like that. It does tend to happen very slowly. But if the poles were to shift or something catastrophic was to happen, it could happen much quicker. I don't think they made a movie about that a while ago. I think was it The Day After Tomorrow? I think
The Day After Tomorrow was a temperature shift dating back to the what caused the little ice age, but basically the AOC, the current, stopped. Because of intrusion of fresh water up around Greenland and stuff. So it stopped.
I mean, I think the movie was exaggerated, but something like that could potentially happen over a period of time. You know, within a lifetime,
couple years.
And that's something to not overly prepare for, but it's at least something in the back of your mind to think, well, these are the kind of things that could really happen because they've happened in the past, which means they'll definitely happen in the future.
Yeah. So the little ice age, the big chill. What happened was up in Canada on the north side there was a glacial dam and a huge, I mean, bigger than all the Great Lakes put together, lake up there. And it finally warmed up enough that it failed, and all that fresh water dumped out into the current and stopped it. And it took about a year to trigger the little ice age.
Wow.
At the time, there's records in England. England was selling better wine to France because England had better temperature for the grapes to grow, and France banned the import of all British wine because they were making better wine than France. And we still and England still has not fully recovered from the little ice age because temperatures aren't warmer than it was before.
Yeah.
But other things that can instantly cause let me get this up here, can cause things to change infrastructure and then have long-term effect on it. Shadow, you want to bring that up? In 2007, in Oakland, California, there was an accident at night on the it's called the maze, the 580, 880, 980, and 80 interchange, stacked up high, caught fire, and so a fuel truck in there crashed, and it burned at over 2,000 degrees, destroyed the concrete and stuff on the upper part. And so they took this one out, and they came in and high speed repaired it in a month.
Wow.
And you can see, look at the asphalt just melted and on top of the concrete and collapsed over it.
Oh.
The problem is with this was they replaced the upper one here of I-580. They did surface repair of I-880, interstate I-880 underneath of it there, but they didn't tear out all the concrete. And a friend of mine who works for Caltrans, the California Department of Transportation, says that lower one now is showing the damage from it because the concrete they didn't replace it as well. And he says in another 5 to 10 years, they're going to have to replace the bottom piece because it is degrading that much from the long term. So 2007, boom, had the fire. They took it out. So it's been 18 years. And now they're realizing, we should have taken out the bottom one now. And they're not going to be able to get the emergency funding to repair it like they did for the other one. But because federal funds came into it, state funds came, everybody was paying money into it. We need this back because basically it shut down traffic going into San Francisco. And so they, so I mean that's something where something like this can cause problems, infrastructure damage years later. It's not even 20 years later, and they know, oh crap, it's going to be toast.
Yeah, in hindsight, right? They probably should. Yeah, they probably should have did it all the way, right?
They should have taken out both because the lower level it fell on from the upper level onto the lower level. All the heat went up. Heat did not radiate down. I'm sorry, but if you got a thing up here, a fire here, and it's burning, the heat's going to be radiating down too. I mean, it melted stuff down below on street level. But so infrastructure can hit you like this, just boom, all of a sudden at the time, and it's nothing you can do about it.
Can I add in something?
Sure.
Yeah.
I've been considering this too. Okay, so let's just consider that this decay is happening right now, like right now at this time, right? What is going on right now in the Northern Hemisphere? It's wintertime, right? The snow will take over these places. Like, these roofs are flat, they're not caving in time, right? Because there's no one there to maintain that. There's no one to shove it off.
CR, it happened even last year. There was a big, huge one, and it got so cold, and there was so much snow that the heat being produced inside the store was not enough to melt the snow on top, and it collapsed.
Yeah, because some of these buildings are flat at the top, right? And without someone to maintain that,
it was a curve.
Yeah.
It was a curve, but it wasn't built for 6 feet of snow on top of it.
Yeah, right. Because without the infrastructure, without the machinery, the tools, the snow plows removing the snow, I mean, it's going to be like, the snow's just going to keep building up. You're going to have, snowbanks that are as tall as people, right? And you're trying to trek for that, let alone drive for that without plow in front of you. good luck. All right. Like, we were talking about like evacuating a town or whatever. I mean, like that's gonna be so difficult in the winter. This is why I don't want to bug out in the middle of the winter. I'm pretty sure it's not just the cold, but the snow and all this stuff. It'll make it so. Like, look at the day after tomorrow when they were trekking for the snow, right? This deep snow, like they were on top of buildings or malls, right? Because supposedly that much snow, right? And all those hazards because of that.
Yeah.
I would say though that the winter's the best time to prepare to bug out, though. You know, and practice and put your stuff together.
Yeah, practice in the worst time.
Well, of course. But
what's interesting is, oh shoot, I just lost my train of thought there.
Sorry.
Squirrel moment. Squirrel.
My bad.
The no, I was going to tag on off of yours. Homeland Security's 90% of Homeland Security's documents refer to a national-wide disaster like this, refer to it as the winter die-off.
Wow.
Because it doesn't matter where you're at, you don't have heat, and you're used to having heat, even if you're down in the panhandle of Florida or Texas.
Yeah.
And the winter storm comes in, you're going to have so many people not even remotely prepared for it. And that's why you're going to have such a dive. It's the wintertime. It's going to, and then afterwards in spring during the thaw. Whoo-wee!
I can imagine that smell.
Yeah.
Wasn't a big snowstorm in Texas a year or two ago?
2021.
Yeah, and it caused problems with the power and the roads, because people just weren't. I'm assuming they don't get a lot of snow there usually, so it was unexpected.
Usually, every 10 years they get an inch. But yeah, my sister lives down there, and she said it was bad. She had luckily installed, not for this problem, they had installed a whole house generator that ran on natural gas, and so her house was froze. Her house was toasty warm. Her youngest son's house, which was a block away from the hospital, was in the hospital grid. So that was the first one restored power to keep the hospital up. But yeah, she was looking around. It was at night. It was like, oh, she goes, I better put up blackout curtains like Gamma used to do during World War II, so no one can see my lights.
Yeah. Yeah.
I like to think there was at least one prepper in Texas who's been preparing for snow. And he's looking around thinking, I told you guys. I told you. Eventually.
This is why I got this big fluffy jacket.
That was my sister, but she didn't do it for snow, but she had everything prepared. And when snow came, it's like, oh, wait a minute, I still have snow chains for my car from when I used to live up in Utah.
I think, in my opinion, I think it's those people that used to be in other places that used to be cold. Let's say they go on vacation on ski hills or whatever. I think they had the gear and the knowledge to kind of get through it a little bit better than people that are like never seen the snow, never seen the cold. Don't go to the ski club or any of that stuff, right? Don't own anything like that, and they probably had a harder time at it.
Yeah,
because it was very hard for them to adapt because they've never seen it. Even experienced it in their lifetime, right? So it's new, right? And remember, the first time you really see cold, right? Especially if you haven't seen it before, and it goes with heat too, it's very
brutal.
Yeah, it feels brutal, even if it's just below freezing, because you're not used to that.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're used to like 90, 100 degree, 40 degree weather, and it drops below freezing, that's gonna feel cold, no matter who you are, right? Because you're not used to that.
Yeah. So during the Texas freeze, my cousin Debbie, who lived a couple of years up in Draper, Utah, with my sister, they knew cold from up there, but when the temperature started coming and going like that during the warm day, one time she opened up all her taps, turned off the meter water from the meter, and drained all the water out of her house. Turned off the furnace, turned everything off, because the power went out, and she went and moved in with my sister for a couple weeks. But she knew, all right, I've been there. I know what's coming. I'm getting that. And she went to my sister. Her son was about 40 miles away there in Texas as well. They didn't lose power where he was at, but it was still. He says it was brutal. Yeah. So it was just a bad time, and that was a storm of the century. And then what happened 2 years later? They got one almost as bad. Almost.
Yeah. That's what I mean. That's the thing. If you hear something like storm of the century, well, some people, if they're lucky, do get to live a century. So it means in their lifetime, or at least their children's lifetime, it's going to happen. So they should prepare for it.
Yeah.
You know, or at least put a little bit of thought into it. In any case, there's no snow where I live yet here just now. A little bit in the hills, but it's not quite happened here yet. Another few weeks maybe.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. I'm just showing snow. Since we're talking about it.
Yeah, Kaylin had posted some videos last night about snow there in Des Moines as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, we got our first snow here in southern Idaho yesterday. Out on my driveway, there were these little itty bitty pellet balls, looked like styrofoam pellet balls on the ground. They lasted for about 2 hours, and it wasn't even enough to cover it solid. It was just like someone took a beanbag, jumped on it, and went poof.
Oh, like a dusting?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I got enough snow now. I can almost start making a snowman. At least a short one.
Yeah, I'm actually looking forward to a little bit of snow. Hopefully, it didn't really snow much in the UK last year, so hopefully it will this year, and I can do a little bit of winter type camping. And it's good. I always think it's a good idea to prep or practice survival techniques in the harshest climate that your country experiences. You know, so for us, it's cold and I suppose miserable rain, but mostly cold or wind. You know, if I was in a desert, that would be extreme heat. That's the time I would try and get out and test my kit and see how things actually function and stuff, you know?
Yeah.
There's no point in doing it
with a safety net too, right? You don't want to actually put yourself in serious situation. But you want to kind of simulate it to a certain degree.
You want to simulate it as much as possible. I mean, I drive to a place, and I'm an hour away. I can always walk back to my car.
No, well, I mean, your safety net might include like a bag of more things.
Yeah.
Stuff like that.
There's no point in putting yourself into actual danger in order to simulate danger. It's
exactly right.
You can do a little bit, but not too much. But hopefully there'll be some. Anyway, guys, it's been good talking to you. I have to jump away as well because I'm up early from work.
Okay, Alan, no problem.
Take care, Alan.
Take care, Alan.
I appreciate it.
Take care, Al.
Take care.
Yeah.
You know, I just realized that
GP's
still here, hey? I didn't even realize he was still here. He's still here, isn't he? Isn't that him?
Well, he's probably doing things in the house, listening.
Yeah, he's probably.
And when something's in it, if something piques his interest, he'll come back over and he'll come back in.
Like right now. I hear Sears calling me. Anyways,
one of the things about infrastructure on if it's a quick decay, but not an instant, flip of a light switch like CME turning the power off and all the infrastructure, water, sewer, power, internet, whatever, it goes down instantly. Probably the most damaging rust belt scenario is highways and bridges.
Yeah.
Kicking the can down the road to get things fixed. We're dealing with kicking the can down the road here in the city of Basalt because previous mayors wanted to get reelected and they didn't want to raise rates on anything. They did not raise utility rates since the 1990s. All right,
that's a long time ago.
Yeah, that's a long time ago. Not to be keeping up with inflation. They when the new mayor came in and they hired the new city maintenance person, they went around and the first city council meeting after I remember, they're like, crap, we got broken water pumps sitting there that did not get sent out for repair, that need to be repaired. So we have backups for, because we're on oil water here. We got we got 3 wells.
Bob.
Welcome,
And
Bob.
so they had all the stuff there that was sitting there that was, they had hooked up pumps that weren't working because the stator controls for them were dead. They had, I mean, so, we were lucky our water system here didn't collapse from lack of maintenance. And so for the last couple of years here, it's been the budget surplus we had is gone.
Yeah, the catastrophic, right?
Because, all right, we need to get this one fixed. We need this fixed. This is $13,000 to get this one repaired. A new one was $23,000. So we're going to spend $13,000 to repair this one and getting this stuff back up and running. And they still got a couple more pumps to go. They still got the main SCADA controller in the city hall that needs to be replaced, because when anybody works on it from the company that comes out to fix it, they got to dig an old laptop out of the closet because it's so old. And but so that's just what happened here. The city streets hadn't been repaired in a couple of decades, and so now we're having to spend a boatload of money trying to fix our city streets again, because in the last 6 years they've gone down. It's like going over a cliff, and so
yeah, and digging is expensive.
Yeah, and especially after after the fake demic in 2020.
Yeah.
But the highways and stuff, interstate highway travel, bridges. I mean, there are several bridges I've seen reports on, people doing videos on and showing the reports on bridges crossing the Mississippi River that haven't been inspected for 10 years, really inspected. And when they go to reset, it's like, all right, in 5 years, this bridge has to be replaced. It can't be repaired. It's got to be replaced now. And
it's too far gone.
And when some of these bridges crossing, like the Mississippi, most people don't even realize Mississippi is miles wide in places. And it's not a simple thing to do. And so there's going to be a lot of things that are going to start dominoing and affecting. All right, we lost this crossing here on Interstate 17. So now traffic has to detour around and go 5 or 6 miles down to a smaller bridge, which is going to be overloaded, and people are going to have to go, and go north and stuff. And it's just going to be, and those are going to take excess wear now. These little light bridges now are going to get in heavy use, and they haven't been maintained to handle that. So it's going to be all of a sudden another, and all of a sudden we're going to be facing a major problem in highway repairs, because somebody was told, pencil whip it.
Hey, Bob.
Just take a look at it. Does it look good?
Welcome.
Don't in depth. Don't use the sonars. Just do a cursory surface inspection, and they don't do the in-depth one. And the bridges and stuff are falling apart.
Can I add in something to this too? Because this reminds me.
Sure.
So this reminds me. Remember what I said about earlier out west here? There was major infrastructure issues with a water main, right? I was been considering how you were saying about the bridges, right? Well, here in Canada, we've got out west here, Vancouver Island, where Howie is, and out east on the Atlantic side, where PEI is, it's isolated. It's on an island technically too, right? So without infrastructure like ferry service or a bridge, these places are going to be isolated out without some sort of transportation of the goods around, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I was thinking it like that, because after what happened, I think that was 2023 or 2022, one of the years, right? Out west there was places, towns and cities that saw what happened and they didn't want to go for that, so they kind of, opened the ground and maintained or repaired or did something, right? I noticed that, right? As soon as that happened, I was just like, it was starting to like, oh, look at that, they're actually going to do this, right? Because I think what they saw what happened, the expense, the issues, the trouble, people complaining and all that stuff. And so they actually did something. I'm like, well, thank goodness. So at least taxpayer dollars are going towards something.
My area, we're doing pretty well as far as state and infrastructure. They're expanding highways, making additional lanes and bridges, and we're doing pretty well. You know, it's quite nice to see some new construction going on, where they're keeping up with the population growth, is what it comes down to.
Yeah.
It's I just got to put that out there because there's new projects going on, and there's lots of construction jobs. If you're a carpenter or masonry or welder and all that, there's quite a few jobs out there.
Yeah.
Seattle's gone to hell, but that's just Seattle. The rest of the state's doing pretty well.
Oh, and hi, Bob.
Oh, hi, LCR.
We almost forgot to say hi to him. He just showed up and started talking.
Yeah.
Well, that's good to hear, Bob. That's good to hear that, you know, because if you think about it, it's getting maintained, people are getting paid for it, and then it kind of loops back around in terms of maintaining it and all that stuff, and people have jobs, and there's funds going around.
Yeah, kind of highs and lows. Not so severe highs and lows, but occasionally low areas where there's some unemployment, and then they'll gather up some tax money and put out some construction, which is a good thing. I like to see it. You know, the Northwest, the population out here grows pretty fast because there's almost always work out here, and the work pays pretty well. But you just got to put up with the crappy weather. And the other downside is the drug addicts. We have to put up with that, but you know, as long as you know how to handle them, you'll be okay. You know?
Oh, but those poor souls, Bob. We got to give them free needle exchange. Never mind. Sorry, I started going off the rail there, Bob.
No, it's actually what they've done here quite a bit is take hotels, and the state has purchased the old hotels that were made back in the 60s and 70s, and they've made them pretty. They haven't really upgraded them very much, but at least this way, these folks that were living on the streets have a locked door.
Yeah,
you know, they put them in there, and they have a locked door because it was so difficult for these. Say if you fall through the cracks and you're out there on the sidewalk, to be able to bring yourself back up was very difficult for them because they are the victims of robbery more than anybody else. The homeless steal from each other all the time.
Yeah.
And in order to get the ball rolling, to get some assistance, you have to have a state ID. Well, what are you going to do now? You know, you just lost your wallet for the fourth time, you know, but setting people up in old hotels is working out pretty well because to get residency in those places, they have to go through rehab, and they have security, and if they're caught stealing or breaking the law, or if you pee dirty, you know, you're out. That's it.
Yeah.
You know, so the ones who are serious about breaking the habit and getting back into society have got a better chance than they did 10 years ago.
I just know. Comment about 1/3 of his electric bill is fees and taxes. Ours is 2/3. It's over half. It's delivery fees and taxes and all this other crap. Yeah.
Yeah, French.
That's the thing is the electrical grid here in the U.S. has not been maintained for decades and decades. Minimal repairs.
It's older than us.
It's
older than us.
It's older than my dad, and he died in '89.
That's a long time. A real long time.
Yeah.
I can just imagine other places in the world too, right? Maybe even here in Canada too, right? Where
Eastern Canada,
some things haven't been maintained for a very, very, very long time. And these cutbacks of certain things don't help too.
Oh yeah, the regional distribution relay nodes Or we need to build all these other ones in case one fails, we can pick up and keep power going and stuff. They haven't been putting those in for at least 35 years, and they should have been. So when a node goes down, all the the power feeding in from this side has nowhere to go, so it back feeds on itself. The power on the other side isn't getting it, so it tries drawing it from other places,
Cascading effects,
and overloads those lines trying to pull it in. And so you get one's getting spikes feedback and not getting the power. We have too much power. And the other ones are having too much draw, so it's tripping breakers and cooking off transformers. And it's like, I'd like to be able to go back in time and start. And the ones that the first executive saying, "Oh, we're going to kick this can down the road," say, "No, you're not. You're going to jail."
Yeah.
And then watch out all the rest of them go, I think we better take care of the business.
More forefront, less hindsight.
Yeah.
Because at times, it may seem expensive now, but it could be even more expensive down the road because now you have to rush the job too. Or get more people on it. Because what happened, like I said, this water main that happened out west here in Canada, right? This major water main, this feed output, right? Like I said, they had to hire people. They had people working 24/7 or as much as possible, right?
Yeah.
Safely and stuff like that, right? And it still took a while. So I could just imagine it grid down, no machinery, less people around. That would even take even longer, even if it is even possible at all. I was just like, so. Like I said, as soon as afterwards, like a month or two later, other places were kind of like, let's not let that happen here, right? Because the cost and all that stuff, and people complaining, right?
I've seen a couple of videos here on over on Facebook where they're digging up water lines and stuff, and they have the new ductile iron. Or not new, well, the newest was ductile iron, and they're putting in a new steel, concrete line steel water line. They got ductile iron next to it. They got something else next to it, and then they have wooden box pipe, still in use, still under pressure. And it's like, why aren't you, going through and I hope they have on this new one, they tie all the old ones. Oh, no, we're not pulling time no new ones in. This is to get water down to this new development farther down. If you're digging up the road to put in a water pipe, you might as well go ahead and put in a bigger water pipe and start tying the other things off of it, so you're not going to be having one of these old clay pipes or wood box pipes rupture on you down the road.
Yeah.
Oh no, we need to show financial responsibility to our investors and make sure they get their dividend checks increasing every year.
Yeah, that's the fault of a city planner right there. If you've got a bad city planner, they're doing the same thing in my home city, and they're replacing. It's the same thing, wood, ductile iron, and then it's a PVC much larger than what it needs to be, much larger because of development. And I'd say our city planners are doing pretty well. They really are. It's not the whole area, but the city where I live in, they're doing well.
It's where it's not so bad compared to some other places around.
Another thing that's going on in my town is they're putting in. Have you ever seen the high tension wires? Of course, the power wires. Okay, they're getting rid of the old ones that stand there like a robot. The old ones,
the old cat ones.
Yeah, they're going for the single column steel reinforced concrete ones that go way up in the air, with deep footings into the ground. And the old ones, I'd say within 10 years for my area are going to be taken apart, and they're sinking the big single standing poles in the ground right now. So it takes time, but stuff's getting better around here, which I'm really glad to see, because We have got to get rid of the above ground power system. We've got to go either high tensile wire, high strength wire, and residential go vaulted, go underground, because we lose power here frequently. And well, they're working on it, but
all it takes is a drunk driver taking out a power pole and the neighborhood goes dark.
That's right.
Yep.
Or with us here in the Puget Sound, we get hit with those winter gales, the storms, like we did a few weeks ago. And it takes a few trees to come down, and boom, an entire section of the county is out of power. Yeah. But it takes smart people to be able to do that.
Indeed.
I knew
honest,
you use that word.
Smart, honest people.
Yeah, that's true. You got to keep down the corruption.
Yeah. You can see the benefit in the long term, right? Maybe it's a little bit more upfront, but in the long term, we'll save money because we won't have to do this for another 20, 30 years ago. Dig into the ground once, dig once, just get it out of the way, right?
There
3
was
4 times.
A recent city council meeting in my town is where, I mean, they're brilliant in doing this. There's a private company that's already being established right now to take electrical power and store it in batteries.
Okay.
Right. It's a privately owned company, and he was in the city council meeting, the owner. It's brilliant because now they're replacing the old system, and it's good. And they're setting up so that even if power does get knocked down, they've got power stored up in batteries. It's like, man, that's just
I've been hearing about this more and more.
Mm-hmm.
Well, because it adds a buffer zone, I guess, right, of power.
Yes,
because even the cell network, the cell towers have some degree of backup power, right?
Yeah.
But I mean, obviously, it's not the last forever, right? But it'll buffer at least these short-term small outages, right? So
That's
at least people have something, and it's like it's not totally gone. But
that's what it's for, CR, exactly, because winter
and
gale
to buy
comes
people
through.
time. Yeah, and buy people some time to
Uh-huh.
understand that what's going on, right?
Yep.
So they're not left in the dark right away. There's a little buffer zone of time, right? That's why usually for me in a power outage, let's just say, and especially if I knew it wasn't caused by certain things, I'd be like, oh, okay, so there's only a buffer zone of time before you want to do more if you don't know when it's coming back, right? Because I've had power outages where there's notification, they got work on it, right? It's very localized, right? But if it's kind of more widespread, right, I'd be like, yeah, maybe I should do something in this first 20 minutes here. Maybe I'll fill up that bathtub with a little bit more water. Maybe I'll fill up a pot with a little bit more water, right?
Yeah.
Because you hear these stories, you hear the stories, the news, people like ourselves that relay this information, that go for this, and they're just like, man, in hindsight, I wish I kind of did that before the water got cut or before the water pressure dropped. In hindsight, right?
Well, I put out a video a few weeks ago because I live in lower elevation, and the cities that are up in the higher elevations, their power grid was wiped out because of a winter gale that came through, and I was just so surprised about how many people out there who came to my town to get food, gasoline, whatever else they need, who were not prepared for anything. I mean, they were wiping out candles and lanterns, all that, and I was honestly shocked. There were thousands of people who didn't have flashlights, who didn't have candles. Didn't have anything,
I mean, I think it was Lil and Pepper. I think it was either Lil and Pepper or Sandy that said it, that I forget who. One or the other said that their neighbors didn't even have candles, batteries, even a lighter, right?
Yeah.
And me and Kaylin have said, and she said it too. I can find that stuff for free, right? So there's like, I'm not even buying it yet, right? So there's should almost be no excuse to not have that, right? It is. You can order it online. You don't even have to go shopping for it, right?
I agree. Yeah.
Right. It's useful. It's not like a later suddenly just gonna die on you, right? I mean, batteries do. You gotta replace them, but a later, if you store it correctly, it'll be good until you need it. Pretty much, right? To light that candle, so you can see a flashlight with batteries, so you can see.
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, like where I used to get, I've got candles now. I've got plenty.
Yeah, and you got the solar lights too.
Right.
I've seen.
Right. And I would go to secondhand stores, and the candles that were left behind when someone passes away or whatever, many of them don't have a wick in it. So I would buy. I mean, you could get those big pillar candles for 50 cents. Because the thrift store wants to clear the shelf. And I would take all those that had poor quality wicks and others, and I got the tools on Amazon to make my own candles. Those are things that some people can do, but there's an awful lot of folks who don't want to stay busy when they, quote, have nothing to do. There's always something to be done. Always.
Yeah, stay proactive, right? Keep busy, right? Keep your mind busy, going, engaging in the activities that you're doing.
Yep.
Yeah, because I think that's important. Because you get complacent, right, about it, and it's like, then when something happens, it's like, what do I do?
Yeah.
If you plan ahead, if you're more proactive, you would know what to do, or you've already done these steps in advance. Let's just say, you store the batteries, you store the candles, the lighters, the food, and the water too, right? To a certain degree, as much as you can, right? I mean, like, not everyone lives in a big mansion to store things. Not everyone has 10,000 of acres, right? Some of us in apartments, suburbs, or whatever, right? So do what you can.
Yeah.
It might help. I mean, it'll buy you time, anyways, right? It won't guarantee survival, but it'll give you a better chance.
Right.
Right.
What I did during that couple days when the power was out around the region, the coffee shop that I go to daily was absolutely full of people because they were all out of power.
Wi-Fi.
So, and I could see it's a family-owned business, and I went to the supermarket next door and bought a pack of 50 tea lights, the good ones, and I ordered my coffee, and I saw how swamped they were, so I called the owner over. Carrie, here you go. This is my gift to you guys.
Oh, that's very nice of you, Bob.
One of their daughters says, "What?" Because they've got a generator at their house, but what are those for? Like, we have a generator. And the owner of the store says, "Honey, this is better than sitting in the dark."
Yeah.
I agree with that.
It's kind of hard to do stuff in the dark. It's kind of hard to do anything in the dark. I was just saying, right?
Yeah.
Find something.
But their kids grew up with a generator, and it wasn't a problem for them. But Carrie didn't grow up with a generator like me. 50 tea lights comes in damn handy when your power's out and you're just stumbling around inside your house.
And even solar lights, right? This is why I like the solar lights, because like
I didn't grow up with that stuff. We had a Coleman lantern and we had candles.
No, I mean I had candles in the past too, and but like nowadays I'm like, solar lights are very common now. I mean, there should almost be no excuse, right?
Well, I gotta give this guy credit over here. CR recommended to me look into solar lights for inside your house.
Well, it's to supplement or to complement the candles, right? So whatever option's better, right? Depending on what's going on, right?
Yeah.
That way you have options.
Yeah, I can even learn something from a Canadian. How about that?
Can I have that as a soundbite or like a ringtone? No.
You can.
I'm just gonna repost this on my channel and be like, "This is what Bob said to me." Oh my god! I have proof.
On that note, guys, I just want to jump in to say good night to everybody. Thanks for having us on the show, Shadow. Good to talk to you all. Good night, everybody in the chat, and have a good weekend, guys and girls. God bless you all. See you next time. Take care.
I'm going to share something here.
God bless. We'll catch up in the week, Shadow. I'll send you a message.
Oh, yeah.
All right. God bless. Take care, guys.
Later.
Take care.
share this. This is what I got for my grandkids 3 years ago. Did it share up there? Yeah, okay. Wait for Shadow. Can you put that up?
Yeah, I'm like, I don't see it.
Yeah, sure.
There. So here we go. You got these LED flashlights. They got 9 LEDs in it.
There you go.
Yeah. It's $13. 3 AA batteries go into it. Comes with a AA battery, so you don't have to buy the batteries.
There you go.
I bought these for the grandkids.
Uh-huh.
All 4 of them took one home and left me 2 here, spare.
Great. Yep.
They play with those all the time. They have theirs. They know which one's theirs, and they play with it. And when after several months, when they run the batteries dead, Grandpa, the batteries dead. Bring it over. And I got a big bulk thing of the batteries, put it in there, and changed it out. The other thing I got for them too, $20. Look at all those.
Yep.
Yeah, keychain. I mean, not bad at all. I mean, $20 for how many was this here? 48. That's less than 50 cents a flashlight.
Yep.
That's a good price.
You bet it is.
Yeah.
It's better than falling down in the dark too. Yeah.
Yeah. That's why I'm always surprised when I hear people say like their neighbor didn't have a flashlight, right? Or they ran their phone down using their light source and all that stuff. I'm like, but this stuff is supposed to be available like out there, right? I mean, like,
if you have neighbors you care about, you get the 48p flashlight for $21. You give 2 or 3 to each family. Say, here, this is your for emergencies. You got if you got a cork board, put a pin in there, hang one from there, hang one over by or put one on top of the refrigerator. There's some lights around in case of emergencies.
Yeah.
Or if you want to, you can go buy them some solar lights, too, right? Or something along the lines of that.
Well, this is a lot cheaper than solar lights, but yeah.
No, but of course, but something that, they just put on the window or whatever, and, they can bring it inside if something happened, right?
Well, see,
because it would be charged.
Yeah, you buy them several of these, and then you send them an email saying, "Hey, this is on sale now to Amazon." I don't get any money. I'm just telling you, get some extra lights in your house. Get them thinking.
Just to add to this story. Just to add to the story, my one friend I've noticed has not totally come over to the prepping side, and as far as we go, right? But I've seen them with now batteries, AAA batteries, even a flashlight. And I'm like, oh, that's good.
There you go.
So like when I see that, I'm like, I encourage that, right? Like I don't say anything negative about it. I'll be like, oh yeah, that's useful, right?
Yeah.
Because my friend, me and my friend, we have experienced a power outage before, right? And he was lucky that I was there because I had my light sources, right? But now, if I'm not there, at least they got a light source they can dip into just in case, right? And they can see what they're doing, right? Because like the last thing, like Bob said, right? You don't want to be tripping on something, stepping on toys in the dark, and and stuff like that. Injuring yourself, stepping on the cat, breaking a dish. Yeah, let's avoid that.
Yeah, there's a lot of little things that just you can get and give as you can get those little 100-hour oil candles. They're about that big around and about that tall. It's filled with the lamp oil in there. It has a little wick on there.
Mm-hmm.
You can get those sometimes on sale. Oh, Shadow, I got my own too.
Yeah, those are useful.
What is that? What was that?
All right.
I thought. Oh, that. Oh, I thought that was a tape measure at first. I'm like, the way you were doing it. No, the way you were doing it. I'm like, is that tape measure? No, it's one of those retractable things.
Yeah. So, one year, my wife and I gave 5-gallon buckets to all of her relatives. We had one of those little oil lamps in there. We had a box of the neoprene blue gloves in there. We had bunch of little flashlights in there. We had glow sticks that
Oh yeah.
that you break. We had not the cheap gag me that tastes so nasty emergency ration bars. We got the good ones that came in like vanilla, chocolate, orange, raspberry flavored. We gave them a bunch of those in there too. And we gave everybody a pair of jumper cables for their car. And we made buckets for each family. And that's what we gave them.
Nice.
And the next year, my mother-in-law decided to add to it and gave everybody some more stuff to put in their bucket.
Oh, that's nice. I mean, I've done something similar.
All right, maybe what's going on. And then what was great is in January, after the second year when my mother-in-law gave it out, we had a nice earthquake there in the Bay Area, and power went out for several places. And they're like, oh, maybe we should.
That came in handy. It came in handy, right?
Yeah, people's eyes will. Okay, we need this stuff.
Yeah, I think if you can, when people see the practical uses, hey, this actually came in came in useful, right? And then they're like, maybe one or two extra wouldn't be so good. I think because once bitten, twice shy, right? A lot of preparedness is sometimes like that, where it's something that triggers it. If you haven't done it because your parents, grandparents did, right?
You're muted, Bob.
I thought it was just me. I'm like, why don't I hear it?
Oh,
I thought it was my sound.
Hey, Howie.
I'm using reflective tape on this new spotlight I got the other day. I've got 2 of them downstairs, one for the front, one in the back, and putting reflective tape on this thing so that if power goes out and I got a minimum flashlight, I can find it right away.
Yeah, that's good. That's good. Mm-hmm. Yeah. See, that's one if anyone's seen my lights out kit, which I haven't updated for a while. Well, I have updated, but I haven't shown it in a while. I have reflective triangles, like reflective stuff, right? So in minimal light or something like that, even with a light, it'd be like, okay, there it is, right? For example. And if anyone's here with me and it happens, like friends or family, they know it's like, well, this must be important because there's a pretty big reflective triangle, that kind of like you know what I mean? Like if you see street signs or whatever, I'm like, yeah.
Howie just came in on my side.
Yes, welcome, Howie. The real was asking about you, Howie, if I remember right. Was it the real? I think it was the real asking about him.
Yeah, as far as I did something very similar to what Gil did with his grandkids. I waited, it was about 3 years ago, and Halloween retail store, Halloween flashlights, the little ones. As soon as Halloween was over, they want to clear that shelf. So man, I picked up a half a dozen of those little things and put them away, But situational. I want to bring up situational. It's like, I really don't have family anymore. Not here. I really don't. They're just, it's just
we understand.
And
we understand.
As far as neighbors go, I don't want them to know that I'm ready for anything. I want them to think that, they're just as lost as we are. I don't share any information out with these folks.
Yeah, operational security.
Otherwise, you have them at your doorstep like vultures.
I saw that, Shadow, when the region lost power. There were thousands of people who didn't have any resources at all. That's why I keep my mouth shut,
Yeah. They didn't even have a battery bank for their phone.
So I I talked about earlier tonight on the on what I have in the kitchen. So I went and took a picture of it so I can get this up here so you can see what I got there. So that's the
Power station.
Power station. That yellow cord goes over and powers the chest freezer, the microwave, and the toaster. The one on, like, where's my finger? Yeah, right. This cord right here is the refrigerator. The other two black cords, one of them goes to the splitter that so I can power the fans in the window in the summertime. The other one goes, I just added to it. My wife suggested this because I got two TVs in the family room. One is just a smart TV with Roku, Tubi, Paramount Plus, and Max on it. And the kids have their own little, it says, you go in there, you got me, you got the wife, you got my brother, everything, and you go down here, it says kids. And the kids know that's the only one they're allowed to go to if they want to watch something on Paramount or Max, whatever. And then they have the big one that has the Wii hooked. The other TV that has the Wii hooked up to it, the DVD, Blu-ray players and stuff for the other movies. Well, I put both of those onto the power station as well. So when they're over here during in the evenings during the high rate time, it's running off of that. And of course, you got two boys watching TV. The other one's trying to play the Wii, or two of them trying to play the Wii. And they're just watching videos and stuff. And so they have, it saves us power, but it's also, if the power goes out, I can keep the kids calm by putting on the Wii or the
something familiar. Right?
DVDs. They can watch Snow White, which seems to be their favorite one. The original 1938 Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs. They love that. They love that old school animation, and they can watch that stuff and not be freaking out because it's dark. Because you got two TVs come on, all of a sudden the room is bright.
Yeah. I can totally understand that, right? That way, you guys, the adults, can focus on the actual emergency, and the kids can be like, okay, they're busy, they're keeping busy.
Yeah. That way,
I think that's important.
That way, you guys can prepare food or home security, whatever you need to do.
Yeah, you don't have to babysit.
Yeah.
And because I think on top of all the cabinets in the kitchen, I got the 4-foot LED light, double bar lights up there, and it's plugged into the light switch thing on it. But I can unplug that short extension cord and plug that in, so the kitchen is bright, so we can use the stove and cook and stuff, for the kids and us as well.
Yep. Yeah. Think ahead. Try to make things as easy as possible, like that. What you're doing, Gil, commendable, very commendable. Try to make things as close to normal as possible, and reduces stress and
something familiar.
Yeah, something familiar. Just keep. I don't know, but I'll say again, I was shocked at how many thousands of people in this region who were not prepared for anything. And man, that's why, this guy carries a sidearm when things go sideways,
Yeah, I can understand now more and more.
Yeah. Because today, the guy down the street's real friendly and happy, and things go a little sideways and he's at your throat,
Yeah. It's his family or you. Well, it's going to be his family.
Yeah. Just don't step foot inside the building.
Yeah.
Just don't do that,
Yeah. The infrastructure, I mean, you got, like I said before, you've got to create your own infrastructure.
Well, granted, I mean,
like with this power station, the batteries, they got 3,000 life cycles on it to drop it from 100% down to 80%. Well, that's going to take me about 15 years to run that through the way I'm using it right now as a battery backup using it during the high time. So, it's just one of those things you're just like, okay, It's something to invest in. It's going to, in the long run, it's going to pay for itself in savings on the electricity bill. That also gives us emergency power when the power goes out.
It'll be priceless at that time then.
Oh yeah.
It'll be priceless, right?
Uh-huh.
Like imagine when the power goes down and you got batteries, you got a flashlight, you got all this stuff. All that gear will be priceless at that time because most likely you won't be able to get it, or it'll be very hard to get.
Yeah.
Or you'll have to pay these outrageous price gouge prices, right?
Yeah.
Right. Look at that hand sanitizer, all that stuff that happened, right? That stuff happened because people didn't have any and they paid for whatever they could get. TP was like that too.
The family that owns a coffee shop, I'm pretty in tight with them because, you know, I'm a solid guy. When the coffee shop is empty, then we can talk about preparedness because her husband is a retired Seattle City firefighter. And right after the power went off, you know, and I gave over some candles just to them. And when the coffee shop was clear, Carrie, the owner, walked over and showed me something on her phone. She says, "I'll send this to your Facebook, Bob." And it was, she said, "Man, this saved us a lot of hassle." It was just a power pack. She could recharge because they got a big family. She could recharge 3 or 5 telephones all with that one power pack. It's about $200, you know. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Or run lights or anything along, or comms, comms or walkie-talkies, for example, right?
Yeah, that's the kind of stuff that I value because they have one. They've been using one, and it worked really well for them. So that's a tip that I'm looking into right now. That's on my wish list, you know.
I see. Yeah, because I've realized that more and more when you have this stuff, when it happens, it's totally priceless. Like I remember back in 2021. See, this is the same year the Texas grid happened here in Canada and parts of Bob, you don't live that far away, but remember the big heat wave, the big heat dome out west there, like it was like massive, right? Temperature. I saw 98 here Fahrenheit. On Canada Day, right? On that July. And it was just like, and one of the things I knew, because, okay, it's hot, people are running AC fans and like that. I'm like, you know, the grid may have some issues. There may be some blackout situation. I mean, because think about it. It's heat, fans running, power, AC's running, right? And I'm like, and did it happen? Thank goodness it was just a few hours. It happened in the evening, right? But one of the things and because it was hot, I wanted to take a really quick shower. But because the room doesn't have light and I don't have power, I was running solar lights in the shower, right? But I was able to do that. And it gave me something like, I can do this, right?
And you walk out refreshed and happy while your neighbors.
I can think clearly again, right?
All right, who showered?
Because you know when the first thing I noticed was like people were walking outside because they couldn't stay inside because they got no AC, they don't have backup power to run that, right? So they're doing old school by going outside, right? Because and people wanted to see what's going on in the affected area and all that stuff, right? So
Bob,
I noticed that. I know
you were talking about charging up the phones and stuff.
Yeah.
Here's a blow up of it on it. So you see those over here on this side here. Those are USB. 2 of them are C's. The other 4 are the regular USB A's.
Yeah.
So it's the one is the USB C's are 100 watts, and the other ones are 30 watts. So
right on.
You can switch me back now.
Can I add in something? You guys were talking about battery banks and stuff. Like one thing I do try to do now is like especially if you have more than one, is always make sure one's always fully charged. Mm-hmm. I try to maintain that as much. So if you're gonna like take off or whatever, you're going on a camping trip or you got a bug out, whatever, you can just grab that one and you know that one's full. Versus, I was using this half one during the week. You know, because I noticed that I'm like, that is actually a good idea. That way you always have a full one. It's just like topping off your tank or whatever, right? So it's like you always know it's full, or at least the potential of it.
Yeah. This one's down to 61%. This one's at 95%. So I need to charge this one back up again.
Yeah. Because I follow someone else here on YouTube, right? And she always maintains her battery banks and power stations as much as possible, right? As full as possible, right? You know,
Yeah.
she always maintains it, and she's shown them on video, right? And I'm like, yeah, that way when something happens, you actually have full power. It's just like having the full tank of gas, or having a fully charged phone when it happens, right? That kind of thing. So you're ready. Because that'll buy you more time, right? That extra half a tank, that extra half capacity of the battery, that buys you more time, right? Versus, oh, my battery's down to 1%. The battery bank only has 1 bar. The power station only has 10%. That's not gonna buy you that much time. It'll buy you a little bit of time, but not that much.
Yeah. All right. Popping both these off right now.
Bob, can I ask you a question? I just for the sake of knowledge, I mean, for my sake, when you said about these thousands of people, right? What?
Yeah.
That was recent, right?
Yes, there's a few.
Okay,
weeks.
so it happened like around this fall time, right?
Yep.
Wow, I can imagine if it was just like, let's say, snowing or like hot as hell. You know.
Yeah, if in this region, usually October, November, we get the high winds that come off the Pacific.
Okay.
And in fact, it's almost kind of a joke locally that Thanksgiving's coming. That means we're going to lose power because how many Thanksgiving days? Boom, we lost power because of windstorms that come in. But November is when we usually have some really raunchy weather. You know.
Yeah. I mean, here around here, because it snows, I say to people, I'm like, you know, eventually it'll get cold. Eventually we'll see snow.
We will.
How?
Yeah.
Well, for me here, right? It's an eventuality, right? We're not gonna dodge it forever. Sometimes it'll be a bit, right? But wait, look outside. I showed you guys outside. I got snow outside. It's minus 17 Celsius. It's 0 Fahrenheit here for tonight.
Wow.
Yeah, already, right? This is why earlier this month, right, I was doing streams talking about winter, cold, and all that stuff because I know I need to prepare, be ready for it because it's an eventuality. I can't dodge it unless I'm a snowbird and go south or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And stuff like that, right? So, like, I got to do this stuff, right? Or else it'll bite me in the ass later because I'll be like, oh, I'll be complacent. Instead of being proactive, oh, in hindsight, I should have did this instead of giving it more forethought and stuff like that. So food, water, and stuff like that, right? Even maintaining, because we were talking about decay and stuff like that, I got to shovel the snow, right? I got to maintain that, right? If the roof gets too much snow, I got to maintain that too, right?
Proactive is so valuable. Don't you agree, CR?
Yes. Because I think, you know, in terms of preparedness, right, when you see these proactive steps you're taking pay off, it gives you more confidence to try to maintain that. Let's say flashlights, power, battery banks, and stuff like that. You see the benefits of it, right? You don't get burned, right? And you're not like reacting like everyone else. You're proactive, right? So you know you can remain calm, still think clearly, or like when I had a cool shower in the heat, right? I was able to think clearly again, right? The heat wasn't messing with my mind or my brain, not thinking straight, right? And stuff like that. Because like in extreme heat and extreme cold, your thinking kind of goes out the window at times, right? Especially extreme heat. You definitely do not think clearly.
Yeah.
Hey, Bob, did you get snow where you're at?
Occasionally. Yeah, occasionally. We do up in the Cascade Mountains, but I'm lower elevation, nearer to the Puget Sound, you know.
Right.
But
Cascade, so it's mostly rain.
Oh, yeah. Mostly rain. Yeah. The rain dumps down here and the snow dumps in the Cascades, and then
I was just thinking of personal infrastructure. My wife is planning on coming up here for Christmas and New Year's. And she's trying to make sure, set her travel days that she can travel through Donner Pass and on up here. that there's no snow.
Oh,
Once
good.
it gets up here, she's planning on buying real snow tires up here because the ones they get in California are really not.
Oh,
What?
She
All
bought
season?
real snow tires,
uh-huh,
and
uh-huh.
she'll probably pick up a set of rims so she can just get them, get them mounted on the rims and just swap off. And when she gets back down there, she'll have them just go down to Les Schwab and they'll do the free swap the tires.
I did that. I did that for years, Gil, when I was still working. You bet. I had all 4 tires sitting in the garage. As soon as we got a snow warning, right down to Les Schwab for free. They swap them out, bag them up for you, and I was good to go for years. Yeah.
Oh, that's good.
And so that's she's planning on doing that because going over Donner, if it's snowed there or it's a little icy, whatever, they want you to have 4-wheel. Well, she has an all-wheel drive, so she's got that covered. But they want to see real snow tires or have you put chains on.
Yeah. Yeah. My I had 4 studded snow tires sitting in the garage. As soon as we get a snow warning, I'd take it right down to Les Schwab and boom, 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 boom. They're fast, man. Les Schwab's fast.
Especially if you hit them first thing in the morning and they don't have everybody in there yet. It's like, okay, boom, boom. You're done. Wow. Okay.
I didn't even finish my coffee.
Yeah, exactly.
No, I didn't finish my bag of popcorn yet.
Yeah. I used to do that religiously, man. And you know what I also did years ago when I was still working was I had a pretty long commute to get to work, and there was a hotel at the edge of Renton. Renton is where the 737 was manufactured, and I would bring a bag with me, and I'd just tell my wife, "Hon, I'm gonna go spend the night at this hotel so I don't have to drive," even though I had the snow tires.
Yeah.
And so I remember, all these people I work with, "Oh, you sissy, you don't want to drive in the snow." You're right. I don't want to drive in the ice and snow because there's crazy people out there.
I remember
you can be the safest driver, but what about everyone else?
Boom. Yeah. But I remember one spent the night in a hotel, got up, got refreshed, and I had a breakfast and I had packed some lunch stuff, showed up for work. I was one of the few people who actually made it to work. I went in the airplane. I'm working away. 80% of the people called off because of the ice. And so the next day they go in, "How come all your work is done?" I said, "Because I stayed in a hotel. I only had to drive, 2 miles. I didn't have to drive 30 miles.
Yeah.
Oh, that was good thinking. Yeah, maybe you should have listened to me."
That's being proactive at times, right?
Yeah.
That's called being proactive, right? It's
Show up for
work. Just in case. I don't want to deal with it.
They're all behind schedule. I'm not behind schedule, and I had no stress. And oh my God, man.
Yeah, I think when you start seeing what preparedness as in de-stressing, right? Not fear-based, right? And you realize how beneficial it is to be proactive as much as you can, right? And then you realize, man, this is actually a good idea.
Yeah.
Like the water, for example. Like, I'll go back to this scenario, this situation that happened here in Canada about the water main, right? The people that had options, ideas, or secondary or alternative means for it did better off, right? Versus some people that I don't know what to do.
Yeah.
Because I can imagine the Texas freeze was like that. Any other places, right? Those people in the Texas freeze that experienced snow cold before, maybe had some gear, like I said, from skiing, or because they moved in from like Montana or some other place up north. They just had it in a closet, right? They're like, I'll probably never use it. I should get rid of it. It's like, maybe not yet. Maybe not yet. Maybe not yet. Maybe I won't get rid of that winter jacket yet. I know it doesn't get that hot, cold, but it came in handy at one time. It might be worth it. Right? It might be worth storing it in the closet, just in case, right?
Or in the attic. Yeah.
And just kind of, just case, right? Just in case. It doesn't take up that much room. I can spare it, right?
Yeah.
Versus, I gotta burn all this furniture.
Yeah. All that.
And shiver.
That Texas freeze, the news media covered it so. Man, there were so many people that I felt sorry for a lot of them.
I really did too. Like when I was hearing about this, like, Well, because coming from someone that lives here in Canada with snow, right? I know that frostbite sucks, being cold sucks, and all that stuff, right? But these people weren't used to it as much, right? I kind of know, okay, I got to be more careful here. There's ice. It's a little bit colder out. I should dress a little bit more for the weather, right?
Yeah.
Reading the
Well,
side
some of these
chapter.
people,
Yeah, Bob, it's not worth putting yourself in danger. That's one thing I mentioned to my coworkers. I told them I have a room. I rented a room. I'm stay right over here, and blah. They were la 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 la. You're afraid to drive in the snow? Yeah, and also I don't want to crash my car, and I don't want to come have a broken arm from getting in an auto accident. That's my primary. Yeah.
Well, not only that, you said it was only 2 miles, right? So even if you did break down, you could actually probably could have walked that if you really had. That's not that far.
I have ice cleats to strap onto my shoes. I could have walked.
Versus 30 miles? 30 miles would be a long trip to walk on foot in the winter. 2 miles, that's not so bad. That's not so bad. That's doable.
Yeah.
Right? But 30 miles, then might as well be on the moon. It's just like, that's going to take forever.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
In fact, those ice cleats, I walked from we had to walk almost a mile from the parking lot to get into the building to where we made the airplanes. I strapped on my ice cleats, because the parking lot's covered in ice. And
you could see the shine.
The few people who showed up for work that day, I come walking into the factory, click, 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 like wearing corkers, and they were looking at me, what? That's smart. I said, yeah.
Well, because there's ice outside.
There's ice everywhere.
I don't want to fall. If I fall, there's no worksite compensation, probably, right? If you fell outside, there was no worksite, right?
When my daughter started college up here, the first snowstorm, and all the walkways got iced over. She slipped and fell, and she called my wife. Oh, my butt hurt. I twisted my wrist when I fell.
Yeah, broken hip, broken leg. Sprained ankle, sprained wrist.
Then, my wife got on Amazon, ordered the cleats with elastic on, so you can slip them on over her shoes and stuff.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Next day delivery to her dorm. Boom.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I had a hell of a time finding them for my wife because her feet are like size 4. She's freaking tiny, a little tiny.
But I bet those little feet hurt when she gets mad at you and kicks.
Especially if there's ice cream on them. But those things come in real handy.
Yeah, things I noticed since my wife bought those for my daughter. Oh, geez. All right, so the oldest boy now is 10. So we're looking like 12, 13 years ago. She bought the first ones for him. Now they have kid sizes with those cleats.
Yeah.
The quick ones.
And just to relate this into the decay topic here, imagine, like I said, the snow's taking over and there's ice on the ground. I think the last thing you want is to slip and fall and sprain, break something, and be less capable. Because you would be less capable.
Oh, that's one of the biggest broken bones for people slipping on ice is the bone in the elbow.
Yeah.
Because they go down and bam.
Bam. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I mean, this is why I've shown in the past, when possible, even if, let's just say, if you did not have ice cleats for whatever reason, because, random freaking rain, right? I've always recommend, if possible, if you have the knees and the legs to do it, right? To get down lower on the ground, go lower down. Because if you're lower, you're not as high if the fall comes. Yeah. Like waddle like a duck or a penguin. Right? I've shown this before. It might look stupid, but you know what? I'll be looking pretty smart when I don't break a bone or injure myself. I'll be like, yeah. Now I feel smart. That guy across the street just fell, and it probably hurts. And it sucks.
4 hours. I think Shadow's going to want to wrap it up here now.
Yeah, I think I begin to get quite tired now. So
he's not used to all of us coming back. The three of us here.
Well,
He's
it's
like,
fun.
Yeah.
But the problem is I caught a cold as well, so that makes
Oh, I
me
see.
Yeah.
even more tired than I usually are.
hey, just before we wrap up, I would like to speak to you after in the back room, Gil, since I haven't spoken to you for a while. If you got
Okay.
time. No, it won't be that long. It won't be that long.
Yeah. Okay.
And I'm planning like
So-
10, 15 minutes at most.
All right. We'll hang on. We'll hang on. And after Shadow shuts it down, we'll have a private little chat.
Yeah.
I mean, I gotta welcome you back. Right?
Yeah.
So, that's how.
Okay, guys. Thanks for stopping by. I appreciate it. Stay safe. Stay prepared. Be part of the
Plan ahead.
solution,
Plan ahead.
not the problem. And I will see you guys next week. Same time, same channel,
Alrighty.
and a new topic.
Do you have a topic?
No, but I figured
Okay.
that out.
He's working on it. He's working on it, right? He'll work on it. All right.